One of the weirdest stories I've ever heard happened is not my own, but my father's. My father works as a forest service worker, and he had many weird encounters over his years. This one in particular gave me chills all throughout my childhood, and it made me constantly just question things. Now, I'll tell this exactly how my father's told me and how that he's wrote it down for me, so sit back and enjoy. I think it's truly bizarre. Now, to start out, everything's going pretty well in life. I'm happy and my wife is now pregnant. Now this is going to be our second child. We already had our other one who's about 1 now, and we're really excited to have a second. We had a boy and we were hoping for another girl. It turned out that we had another boy, but that was just as much joy into our lives. Those who haven't experienced parenthood don't understand how it changes your life sometimes, and how it changes your approach to taking risks. I know that I certainly had the same feeling too. Now, where I was based at for my job, I didn't really encounter anything too heavy. I hadn't been working this role for that many years, and there was other more experienced guys out there. In fact, a lot of the time I'd actually get quite frustrated because I really truly wanted to do more, but I just wasn't able to. Sometimes there would be things that the other guys would know that I could do, and they would just rush off to do it before I had the chance to, and it was so frustrating. I enjoyed being out there, don't get me wrong, but I was kind of stuck doing more computer stuff and just, I guess, the boring things. Now, at this place, I knew that I could progress, but it was going to take years. They basically offered me all the training and everything, but my god, it was slow. The thing was, I was probably smarter than all of the people there, just not being given any opportunities that I needed to progress. It was almost like they'd given me this form, and it said everything I needed to do, but there were holes in it that they couldn't see, and it made me feel really uncomfortable. I was quite tempted to join the Navy. I actually wanted to become a Navy SEAL at the time. It wasn't really possible because of some of the injuries I had, but I know that if I really pushed myself, I probably could have overcome them. But the problem was, even sometimes when I was doing this job, even just hiking around and doing my normal things, I would have a pain that I couldn't seem to stop from the bottom of my foot. I actually still have issues with it today. I'm not quite sure why it started, but yeah, it's just something I get on with. So on this particular day, it was just the same. There was more exciting call-outs and things to go and do, but literally before I could even get to the radio to say I would do it, someone would say I'm on it and would already be up there with their coffee in their hand, taking the last sips of their coffee before flying on out the door and to go and have all the fun. Yeah, it kind of really sucked doing this, but I guess it gave me more time to think and just relax a bit. The problem is, if you're like me, that time very quickly lends to boredom. I started going through some of the records and some of the reports. I basically had to reorganize them because some people in this office area, they would just throw everything onto a desk and not do anything. They would only look for items if they needed it, which of course is a very stupid idea and wastes everyone's time, but back in my day, I guess that's how it was. So I start reading through some reports. There was a few pretty creepy things on there. Some people would say that they had a feeling, like an intense feeling of fear that they couldn't describe, accompanied by a knocking on some of the trees. They were never able to locate the source of this sound, and they thought it was just animals, but it came up quite often over the years. Then I heard a really strange one. Apparently, there was a ranger that worked here, and a lot of the other people thought that he was going crazy. I was reading a second-hand account of what had happened to him. Apparently, something had spoke to him and told him the future. Weirdly though, when I looked back through another account, which was more recent than that one, some of the things that he said actually come true. And the person making the report actually noted that and how weird it was. Upon further investigation, it turned out that this person thought that he had spoke to beings or something. I don't know, kind of like aliens? They didn't describe it very well, just very vaguely. Now, it seems like many of these cases were dismissed. There were other weird things too, like a specific area where you'd feel very hot. completely unnaturally, to the point that you'd actually question if there was some kind of hot spring there, or something weird that shouldn't have been there, but again, they could never find the source of it. The thing that made this even more bizarre is that eventually the plants and trees and everything in the area would start to die, so you basically knew for certain that something was definitely off there. Now, I decided that I had to get out and do the very minimum just to not be in the office, and that's what I did. I remembered setting out, and I was being a little bit more paranoid than normal. I think all these stories were just playing in my head. I remembered I kept thinking that I saw something walking through the tree line ahead of me, always maintaining the higher ground. It kind of just trailed alongside me. It's really hard to describe, but was truly creepy. Now, I don't know what it was, but I think it was some kind of large animal there. Not big enough to be a bear, but certainly weird. I did think maybe it was a hiker out there, but it wasn't possible. I thought that was bizarre. I remember thinking to myself that you've just learnt the power of human potential in the mind, and it was pretty scary to me. Now, life goes on. We probably get to about a month or 6 weeks in, and again, they're just not training me properly. It's kind of really annoying because they'll complain at me for doing something when it's exactly how somebody's told me to do it. And they'll say, oh no, just do it confidently. But then they'll say, why did you do that? And you'll explain that's how you're trained, and they wouldn't seem to listen, and it was kind of like a hostile group. I didn't end up staying there for too long, but I'll get to that later. So what do? Once again, get reserved to balancing the books and just doing the normal work. Now, this is actually at a time before we had computers, so it did make days very boring too. The problem I found is that some people just did not have good handwriting. I've never been the best at reading others' handwriting, but especially in these situations, my god, it was like some of these people had honestly made an effort to write as illegible as possible. And again, if you can't read it, they complain, so I kind of become an expert of reading these things eventually. And again, every so often there's weird reports. I realise too, quite often when it's recorded, people just think, oh, it's the other guy not paying attention. Maybe he wants everyone to look at him and stuff like that. At least that's on the report conclusion, but I had a feeling that something was off when I kept on seeing the reportings of some kind of beings out there. This spanned over a number of years too, and long before I was there. They all seemed to be described as relatively the same. They called them the forest walkers. Apparently they seemed to be quite tall, and they would walk in almost a weird limp motion. The weird thing is that they would be silent too, and if you approached them, weird things would happen. Some people said they felt almost like they were high. Others said that they would just know things they couldn't have otherwise and stuff like that. I don't know if I believe in the supernatural that much, or at least at the time I didn't, but I just considered that these were just things that happen when you've been out in the woods for too long by yourself. Now eventually as time increased, and I started complaining to the higher ups about the issues I was having, I started to get out more and do more interesting things. I even got to rescue a few people too, which is a really cool feeling. I don't know if you've ever experienced it before, but there's something so cool about knowing that you preserved human life. You stepped in and you made a big difference and impact for someone. It's not something I'd felt before in other jobs too, so I was quite happy. Now, as I go out for a patrol one evening, I remembered having a strange feeling that the air was different. There was almost some kind of metallic smell that I couldn't quite describe. I was concerned that I had some kind of illness or that I accidentally got something on my nose, but no matter how much I wipe my nose, I can't seem to get rid of the feeling. And there was almost some kind of static in the air. You know, like when you have static electric and just before you feel the buzz, it was kind of like that. Now that's when I feel something. I can tell something's looking at me and I stop to turn around and see what it is. And then I can make out some kind of figure. It's probably about 20 feet away. It's wearing kind of like a dark coloured robe, but when it gets closer it appears more white. It walks with a weird limp and I can't believe my eyes. I actually rub my eyes quickly, not sure for a second if I'm dreaming, and it's gone. Now I think this is pretty creepy. I want to figure out what this is, so filled with excitement, I actually jogged towards where it was. Now I couldn't tell you too much else about it, but just that it completely vanished. I probably spent another hour myself actually searching the surrounding areas, just to see if I could find something, anything there to explain what I'd just seen, but alas, I come up blank. There's nothing there but myself. Now I'm actually a little bit irritated because I don't want to seem stupid. I really don't want to become like one of the people whose stories I've read, probably to be dismissed later on the same way that I dismissed some of theirs. But currently, it seems like I'm going to have no option but for that to be the case for myself. Yeah, it sucked really. I go back eventually and tell them what happened. Now, no one believes me, which is what I expected, and they say, yeah, you're too junior to be going out there and investigating things like this. I was pretty fed up again. I come from a role before where I was very well respected, and honestly, the way I was being treated was really annoying me. Now, a few months go on, and it becomes winter, and the going gets a little bit more tough really. It was pretty cold out there. I mean, uncomfortably so for myself. Now, I remembered on one particular day, I can't tell you specifically what I was doing, I just remembered that I was out there, that I spotted something weird, I mean really bizarre. There were these small figures, kind of limping around in the woods, again silently. Now I can't believe what I'm seeing. They're probably about 5 feet tall now, and in more of a white coloured gown kind of thing. Like I said, I didn't know what this was. I thought maybe it was something from Halloween, like decorations people put out there. And I actually wasn't too scared now. I was convinced that this wasn't actually a real thing or threat or danger, so I decided to sit back and very slowly follow these things. Now I didn't look behind myself, so there could have been more, but these things just kept on marching on, kind of down the path for a good 10 minutes longer. Now they never once seemed to notice me or so much as turn around, so again, I'm still not entirely sure what I'm seeing, but I think it's some kind of Halloween decoration that someone's playing around with. I don't know, it could be a cult, it could be anything, but I'm not too worried. I don't know if it was the size of them or what, but I just wasn't concerned. Also, there seemed to be nature interacting normally around, so that meant that these things weren't a threat, at least I thought. So this continues on until eventually they all stop at something. I stop too, and I can see about 4 of them. I was incredibly curious as to what they were looking at, but there's no real way for me to be able to see where I'm based currently. I get closer and closer and realise that I'm going to have to take the long way round now to figure out what it is. I decide to take a stealthy approach, and I try and walk very slowly through the foliage and get around. I do make it to a pretty good horizon, and I can see in front, and I still can't figure out what they're looking at. Now I'm sure these are people now, so I become a little bit more confident, and I walk down even closer to where they are. Eventually, I ended up crashing through some of the brush, and I decide that I'm going to be more present now. Obviously these people know that I'm here, so what's the point of trying to hide away from them? I go a little bit quicker now, and eventually go round to where I think that they're facing, and I can't see their actual faces. It's kind of just dark where that their faces are completely covered up in something. Now, I crouch down to get a better look at them, and suddenly, I can hear voices in my head. They don't sound like voices I ever heard before too, and it's almost like my own voice but different. And I keep hearing different things that haven't happened yet. I hear about the birth of my son and know that it's going to be a boy. I know exactly what he's going to look like, how my career's going to go, what my wife's going to do, and some of the hardships that come up and who's going to pass away in my family. It actually makes me incredibly emotional at this point, and I almost feel like it's too much and start to cry a bit. I ended up kind of just becoming overwhelmed with my emotions, and I fall back into the dirt and stare up at the sky. The sky's very bright today, and it actually looks quite nice. After a moment, I kind of stop hearing the voices so much. They kind of just slowly fade out, like somebody slowly turning down the volume on a record, and I get up. I realise now that whatever these things are has gone now, and I'm just here alone, very confused as to what's actually just happened to me. I get up, and I'm sure there's going to be an explanation for this. I ended up scouring around for probably another hour and a half until I conclude that nothing's here. That's when my panic finally catches up with me, and I decide that I need to get back as quick as possible. I start making my way there. I eventually get back to the station and immediately write down my report. I didn't speak to anybody else about what had happened, and that's when I'm confused. I suddenly realised that what I was reading was very similar to some of the reports of what had happened years before. The ones where that people had considered the guys that were reporting it a little bit crazy or seeing things. And for that reason, I actually took the report and ended up throwing it into the trash. I didn't want my colleagues to think I was crazy. I mean, I didn't like most of them to begin with. I knew that this was going to hurt me moving on to the other areas that I wanted to work, so there was going to be no benefit of me actually posting this. Now, I ended up moving on and working as a ranger in different areas and doing different kinds of roles too, even being a fire service worker. Now, here's the weird thing. I only realised it much later, but I did have a son, and he looked exactly like I knew he would. The job that I changed into is exactly what I heard I would. My wife's role too. Also, some family members that died, they were the exact people who I was told would do so as well. Now suddenly I felt kind of a weird fear come over me, almost like a wash and flood of emotions coming back, realising that something had contacted me back then, and for whatever reason wanted me to know what was going to happen. I can't put my finger on why this happened or how it happened to me. I just know what I saw was real, and that I wasn't the only person that saw those kinds of things out there. Lots of my other colleagues had experienced some very similar things, and I just don't know what to make of it all. So I live in Austin, Texas. We have a metropolitan park located in North Austin that's almost 300 acres. I visit this park often and have never had a weird experience until now. This park has a ton of trails for mountain bikes and hiking. There are also other areas that have creeks which run through the park. Now 2 days ago, I took my 4 kids and myself on the trail hiking. We arrived at the trailhead around 4 PM and started our hike. There are 3 bridges over water that we passed during the hike. Each bridge was at least half a mile apart. Our destination required us to pass along all 3 bridges before we started to make our way back. We made it to our destination. As we start walking back, we don't have any issues, only the occasional mountain biker who passes us by. On the way back, as we walk over the second bridge, my kids and I, now they're all under the age of 10, heard someone very clearly in a female voice say, "Hi dear, come over here," twice, from under the bridge. The first time we heard it, we all stop in our tracks and look at each other like, "Did you hear that?" My 9-year-old daughter even asked me, "Mum, what was that? Did you hear this?" And my 3-year-old appears very perplexed. There was no one in sight. I even look under the bridge and I can't see anybody there. I can hear rustling though, and then I hear it again, identical in tone and pitch and duration. "Hi dear, come over here," almost robotic. This was about an hour or so into the hike, around 5 PM. At that point, we all started swiftly walking towards the trailhead. No one said a word the whole time. I remained calm, as I always carry my side piece. So I had a form of self-defense to rely on, but still, it definitely spooked us out. Now there's a playground not far from the trailhead. I asked my kids if they want to play on the playground and they all say no without missing a beat, and we go straight back. I still have no idea what it was. It sounded just like a recording, but it wasn't. For a little bit of background about myself, I've worked my entire adult life in the Pacific Northwest woods. That's over 15 years in total, and about 7 of them being at the Park Service at the Olympic National Park. Many experiences over the years could warrant the title of creepy, but this one particular one truly sticks with me. While working for the Park Service, one of my jobs was to be a restoration carpenter. We would travel to old backwoods historical cabins, emergency shelters and homesteads, and other things, tasked with repairing and restoring them to their original historical accurate states. Now this is truly a wonderful yet demanding job. I'd spend 8 days at a time living off the beaten path, usually deep in the backcountry. Sometimes we'd been flown in supplies, sometimes we'd use llamas or mules to pack our gear, all the while sleeping in a thinly walled single tent, cooking over a fire or whisper-lit stove, using the same tools and techniques of the original homesteaders that they had at their disposals in the 1800s to construct and survive in this unforgiving land. One night, in late fall, I was assigned to work near Lake Ozette at the old homestead off the trail. Near the constructed boardwalk, for those unfamiliar with the area, Lake Ozette is 8 miles long and 3 wide. It sits as the largest unaltered natural lake in Washington. Lake Ozette has a long and rich history of Native American culture. The Maca Tribal Center in Neah Bay houses discoveries found in the area dating back to 2,000 years ago, along with a local village that is well preserved over 300 years ago by a mudslide that left most of the artifacts there intact. Now the Ozette Loop Trail, which the homestead was directly adjacent to, is approximately 9.4 miles through and through. The man-made boardwalk takes you under giant cedar groves, meanders through giant patches of chest-high salo before eventually delivering you to Alströmer's Prairie, about 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Now, this Alströmer's Prairie is a giant soggy meadow which was once farmed by 2 Swedish immigrants. They constructed a small cabin and some outbuildings on the 150-acre bog, with cattle, sheep, vegetable gardens, and help of a little Swedish ingenuity, they're actually able to live out here for over 50 years. Over time, the forest, as it always does, decided to take back which was once its own. The now decades-long abandoned farm was hardly recognizable. Our job was to get it back and encroach the forest, put new windows into the main cabin, pipe in a new stove, apply fresh paint, and just generally fix up portions of it. Now the ultimate goal being guided tours to take place in the future sometime. For about 3 weeks we stayed at the bunkhouse while working at the Astrums. This was good duty for us. We weren't sleeping under rain, our beds were warm, our hike was short, and the train wasn't difficult. We even had TV. The bunkhouse was located near the highway and ranger station. We would hike the 5-mile loop every day, bring in with us our boards, tools and paint, and everything else we needed. Now, these were 10+ hour days, and we usually started in the morning at around 7 hiking and returning at around 5. Now at one point during the fall, there were 4 of us working this project, but at the time of this event, there was only 2 of us remaining. Most of the hard work had been finished now, and we decided to hike a few last boards into the prairie to complete a portion of the wood wash before we called it done. I volunteered to go back and bring everything. Now, my only job being to carry as many boards as I could muster in each trip. before returning to the ranger station to load the next time. It was late in the season for hikes at this point, the weather had turned, and we'd be lucky to see 2 or 3 people a day doing the loop. Around my 4th and final trip, it was pretty tiring. I was getting really tired of it, and it's late now. At around 4, myself and my co-worker called it a day. I thought I could get one more trip in before it gets dark, my rationale being that the more trips I did today, the less I would have to do tomorrow. We ended up pushing on and continue and start our hike back to the ranger station. The lighting on the boardwalk was quite low at this point, and the cedars blocking most of the ambient light left by the setting sun and making visibility quite diminished. Now, I'm not a nervous hiker, and I don't really get scared easily at all. Having solo hiked for weeks on end in the backcountry, I've been stalked by cougars, confronted by Klondike bears in Alaska. I've even ran into a few demented hillbillies over the years. As I left the prairie that evening, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end, goosebumps erupt on my forearms, and an uneasy feeling sweeps over me. Suddenly I walk faster, and then sprint. I did, and I didn't have to think about it, and I try and convince myself that I've been reading too many stories. I walked another 5 minutes or so before I start hearing something faint, sounding just like music. Impossible, I tell myself. I'm so far from civilization. It can't actually be what's out there. But sure enough, I hear music, and specifically a piano. It started out so faint that I stopped moving and actually try and hear it. The steps on the wooden boardwalk are so loud, but every time I stop, it becomes louder. Now I stood there, sun now fully hidden behind the horizon, in total silence other than the piano. I became aware that there were no longer sounds of life, no birds, no insects, no wind, no rustling of leaves or underbrush. Absolutely silent, yet the piano's present, as if everything was being weighed down by a fog of emptiness of sorts. I've encountered this dead before in the woods, but never quite like this. I tried to keep focus on the keys, but I can't recognize the composition. Not really surprisingly though, because I usually listen to Metallica. Now, it was playing with a purpose and controlled in tune, thoughtful. It was a song, and somehow I felt that it was meant for just me in this moment. I start walking again slowly, almost on cue for the music, but it once again gets louder as my pace increased. So did the tempo of the keys, still in tune, never faltering. It reached a climax, a perfect combination of my haste, dread, heartbeat, and God knows what else. Now, it then quickly whooshed away as quickly as it come, not trailing off or fading, just gone, and suddenly everything was back how it was with a gust of wind. The stillness was gone, the gloom and creepiness had left. My next step on the boardwalk went pretty much normally, and it was almost like it never happened. Now, I didn't hear the piano again that night, nor since. I told my co-worker every detail when I reached the bunkhouse. He showed no signs of disbelief. We didn't talk about it again until years later, when something similar happened to another park employee, another ranger. When I told my grandfather about what happened, who was a retired state park ranger, he said, "Oh, the piano again?" And apparently he'd hear bagpipes when he heard it when he was younger. Now this didn't directly happen to me, but I live in the area where it happened. Now me and my friends were discussing scary things that we've seen in the woods, and he told me a story that happened to his friend. So this guy with 5 of his friends was spending a day in a cabin, hunting and trapping. They were not drunk but had a few beers to unwind one night. So one of them goes to the outhouse and to the bathroom and swears that he can hear the sound of a drum beating. So he finishes off in the outhouse and goes into the cabin and tells his friends to come back and check out the sound. So they all grab their rifles and walk out of the ridge from their cabin and down to the hollow and behind it and then back up to the other side. It's actually quite a rocky area, and the sound actually travels really far, and they can tell that the sound's coming from over the hill. So 5 of them spread out about 50 meters apart and walk up over the top. They couldn't see down over there because of the bushes around, so the 5 of them wait there, and one of them sneaks down to see what it was. When he got there, he stood and watched for 30 seconds to a minute before he turned around and went to his friends as fast as he could, telling them he saw evil and that they had to get out of there. All he would tell them is that he saw a bunch of naked men and women dancing around a circle, chanting in some foreign language. He never told them about everything he saw. The guy told my friend this story, actually hung back and didn't go down, so he wasn't sure exactly what this person had seen himself. When I was about 5 years old, I was playing by the edge of the woods behind my grandmother's house. I played there often, and my grandmother kept an eye on me from the kitchen or living room because the house had huge windows that faced the woods. She would come out every once in a while just to see what I was getting up to. I was obsessed with digging in the dirt and collecting unusual rocks and arrowheads that littered the land where my grandmother lived. I should mention that this is in the Midwest Illinois, not far from the Cherokee Mounds, so finding arrowheads was not actually that uncommon. Anyway, that day, I still remembered picking out a spot to dig. I had been out there for quite a while because I remembered I had dug a pretty good sized hole. Then something caught my eye up in the tree that I was next to. I almost don't know how to explain it, but it looked like a heat wave coming off the branch of the tree. It was fall. I remembered because I had my pink jacket on, and remembered thinking that my mum was going to be annoyed because I had dirt around the bottom of my arms from digging. I also remembered there being a lot of leaves on the ground. Anyway, I am staring at this heat wave and realised that it was human shape. So here I am, 5 years old, wondering why that there's an invisible man in the tree. I remembered feeling scared but unsure what to do. Then, it started moving and making a faint clicking sound. This is about the time that I decided that I was not supposed to be seeing this, and I hightailed it back to my house. My grandmother saw that I was pretty shaken, and I remember telling her that this is what's happened, and thinking that it was an angel. Now in my 5-year-old mind, I don't know what else it could have been. I never heard of aliens or ghosts or monsters, so to me, it had to be an angel because that's all my little brain can think of. Fast forward to when I'm about 12 years old. By the time this encounter happened, it was way out of my mind. I love watching action and sci-fi movies. My dad rented a movie called Predator. I am watching it with him. And the first time you see the Predator/invisible cloaking, I'm petrified. All the memories from that day digging in the dirt came flooding back to me. I asked my dad if the Predator's real or if there's any animal that had that kind of ability that I wasn't sure of. He said no, it's all fake. It wasn't like it was today where you can just Google it. I had no access to the internet, so again, I put it out of mind. Now fast forward to about the year 2004. I'm grown, have 3 small children. I just went through a separation. Now, I moved to the next town over to an apartment with my children. These apartments are all 1-level duplexes where there are 5 buildings. I am at the very last apartment of the last building. The apartments are considered in town but are really on the outskirts. There is a deep ditch that runs behind the building with a chain link fence that separates the backyard from the ditch. There are about 6 or 7 trees on our side of the fence. If you follow the ditch a little bit, you hit a small forest that eventually leads to a country with a larger forest and land. Now, I'm a smoker, but I wouldn't smoke in the apartment because of my children, so I often go out to the back porch to smoke. One night, I was up late doing laundry and stuff after the kids went to bed. I decided to take a smoke break before I myself went to sleep. I am back there on the porch and start hearing a clicking sound, and immediately looked to the ditch because I had seen a groundhog out there a few days before and thought perhaps he was out there again. The yard is fairly lit, but not too well actually, and there's a playground that is right to the end of my back porch. I didn't turn on my porch light. I didn't normally. If I was just going out there for a quick smoke, I wouldn't. Now, I didn't see any groundhog or movement from the ditch, so I go back to smoking my cigarette. The faint clicking sound keeps happening, and I see a slight shift of movement which actually shakes me up, which goes into the tree to the left of my porch. It's there. The same invisible thing that I had seen when I was 5. It's kind of distorted and has a humanoid shape. It is crouched down, or has a branch or something coming out from around the tree, which is wrapped onto it, or maybe it's holding the tree and I can't believe it. I was like, is this happening? Has this come to kill me from all those years ago? All I could think about was my kids in the apartment sleeping, so I ran in, slammed and locked the door. I ran to the kids' room and make sure that they're all locked. Then I just turn on the lights to the living room and stare out the blinds at the tree to see if I can catch another glimpse of it. I sat there for about a good 10 minutes and can't see anything. I begin to think that I'm just tired and that my mind was playing tricks on me. Just as I finally start talking myself to calm down, my neighbour's dog comes running across the backyard and starts barking at the tree at the same branch that I'd seen this predator thing, and it freaks me out because the dog was not a barker. I've actually never heard him barking at anything, even at the groundhog that had been out there hanging out in the ditch. The dog actually goes on barking now for quite a number of minutes until eventually the lady who owns it calls him back inside, and the dog reluctantly returns back home, stopping every few feet to look back at the ranch. That's until he's out of my sight. I didn't sleep that night and have never seen anything like it again. I don't even know what to think of it. I'm a grown woman now. I have kids and a good career. I just can't make out what this could have possibly been. Now for context, I do believe in paranormal. I've had encounters and experiences as my mum and grandma. This was a little different and not as scary, just weird. I was manager of a very well-known drugstore and took a back road to the store every day for about 2 years. Now, it was semi-rural as it had once been acres of farmland that was now being developed and sold to developers. Just for some insight into the area, my ex-in-laws lived in the area for about 30 years on 200 acres and had a cattle farm. They still live nearby, just on a smaller farm, so this is a very frequented area to drive to by family, and my ex knew the area well. This was a heavily mained area, and there's a lot of strange things that happen here. There was also a huge landfill in the area. Now I was coming home one day, July-ish, not too tired, and was looking across the cornfields as I come around a bend and noticed a house on the edge of the fields that I'd never seen before. It was very unassuming and red, with a small peak roof and a porch in front. My first thought was not, wow, I've never seen this before. It was instead, how do people get into it? There are no driveways leading there. Weird, in 2015 there had to be a driveway. As I continued and rounded a bend, I couldn't see the house anymore, but was looking a few houses over, and I also can't see driveways into them. There's also nobody there. Now by this point, I come across a very well-travelled intersection in a huge church, so I just stay alert and keep driving. Later I'm telling my ex about this house and how weird it felt, and all the time that I've driven there I never noticed it. I went to work the next day, coming home the only way that I knew, and it wasn't there. None of it was there. I don't know what I saw that day, but I can see the house very clearly in my head. I seriously don't know what to make of this. Now my wife and I have found a lot of paranormal activity after moving into a wooded area just outside of Pittsburgh. Our house is isolated from the neighborhood. That only makes the fear of something terrible happening worse. I would like to point out that me and my wife are logical, rational thinkers who are educated to some degree, not able to explain events or what happened. Now, incident 1 was first things that animals were dying in the wild, which is common, but hearing the screams and struggling of pain, almost like they're being tortured, is not normal. It sends chills down my spine. Second, walking in the woods accompanied by my wife and kids, we stumbled upon a small clearing in the woods, under the leaves where children's shoes are. Shoes are worn out as if they've been there for a long time. 3. This one's hard to believe, trust me, I know. I was in denial. I didn't tell my wife what I'd seen for weeks. Now, I didn't want to catch this thing after seeing what it was, but I was outside smoking a cigarette on the 2nd floor. Now, while on my phone, I had a feeling that I'm being stared at. I glance away from my phone to look. In my peripheral vision, I catch a humanoid shape. I say peripheral because it was almost like I couldn't focus on it. It bolted into the woods behind my home, completely off guard and terrified. I didn't even watch it run into the woods. I looked straight ahead and acted like I never saw it, like a deer in headlights. I acted like scared prey. This creature wasn't human, and that's why I was terrified. It was tall, had shoulders and a head, no hair, and colour of skin that I can't make out. It's weird, it's like my brain couldn't process it well. As I stared straight, completely frozen in fear, I'm hearing the strides of this thing. Now, I don't know what it was. Months go by and get to 4 now. Now, same bathroom window where I saw that. Now, we open the window to smoke, and it sounds like it's gonna pour down. Both of us are completely confused because no water's falling from the sky. I walk downstairs to go outside and try and understand what's going on. The garden hose is on, and the handle is pushed into the dirt, shooting water into a tree, making a weird sound. None of us put it there. Now, incident 5. We feel like we're being watched one night in the daytime, and the woods are normal and somewhat peaceful. We constantly have an eerie feeling though. Now 6. At this moment we become interested and are sitting by our window every night trying to find explanations to what the humanoid thing is. We made conversation on a different subject when a loud crack came from the ground right below us. It was loud enough that both of us jumped and quickly locked the window. It sounded like a bat or axe hitting the ground really hard, but nothing should have been able to make that sound because of how the ground is. Now 7. As we were laying in my bed, my wife woke me up at 2 AM and said that she smells burning plastic and thought something's on fire. We have a 2-story house and had a bedroom window cracked, and we look outside to find the cause of the smell and saw a lit up triangular shaped thing in the back of the house deep in our woods. It was orange lights and blue lights and orbs that we can see, and shadows of people walking around the triangular thing. We were very scared and called the cops, but doubt set in and we checked the window again and this is gone. 8. After all of this, we still stay active. So we went on a walk one evening with the children around the neighbourhood and just observed a really nice sunset basically. We head home and obviously this place is weird. We would want to walk outside, and we decided to go to our gravel driveway, which is about 100 yards away. Trees on all sides, bushes and smaller trees below them. After about maybe 15 feet onto the driveway, we noticed bats flying down the right and left. We'd only seen a couple up to this point. Maybe they're bugs. I look around and with no car, I start walking down the driveway and my wife on the opposite side. The further I go, the more scary it becomes now. I don't know what it was. I underestimated the amount of bats. I start running because my children are frightened. As soon as I start running, I'm not kidding, they begin to clear a flight path up with my head. They would turn around probably 5 feet from my face or even closer. I'm not exaggerating. As I'm running trying to avoid these, I hear my wife screaming as she beats me home. My daughter's on the verge of tears. She was so scared. And I know bats are absolutely full of different diseases, and that's why I was really scared. Now 9. I personally didn't see this, but it doesn't add up. One Saturday, my husband's parents were over for dinner when he came to me and said, "Hey, my mum saw some girl with a black sundress coming out of the woods and going even further down, trying to reach us, without knowing the layout of the land. I don't know how this person could have came across here. There's no easy way to get to us, and it's not the kind of place that you would travel. This would have meant that whoever this is had basically come out of the middle of nowhere. Why would they be doing this?" And 10. And the last one. Now, if either one of us go out to smoke at night at the window in our bathroom, we often hear a bell sound, kind of like a Chinese ceremonial dong thing. Being skeptical, we presume that these are wind chimes. We looked and there's no wind chimes at my neighbour's house, and the bells sound like they're coming from the southeast side of the property, and we can't explain it. My family loves to go on vacation in Sweden, and my grandmother even has a cottage in the forest that all the family members can use if they want. A couple of years ago, when I was around 20, I was on vacation there with my mum and my grandma sometime in autumn for about 10 days. This is the Swedish backwoods where we go there to unwind, to enjoy the nature and take a rest from civilization, hiking, canoeing and foraging for mushrooms, sitting around the fireplace in the evening and that kind of thing. It's not completely isolated. You can still find a couple of villages and fields here and there. It's definitely not very rural though, and you don't have to encounter people if you don't want to. Now, I've always liked to go exploring on my own, finding new paths through the woods, fixing our old maps to better reflect the current landscape. The maps you can buy of this area haven't been updated in ages, and many paths don't exist anymore because nature swallowed them long ago. What I also like is exploring abandoned buildings, and in rural Sweden it's great for that. Back in the 1800s, Swedish people in the countryside were very poor and starving, so they moved to the New World in search of a better life. You can still find the foundations of farmhouses, even the foundations of entire small villages in the woods, sometimes which have been rusted for over 100 years, or farmland equipment there. Also, like so many countries, Sweden has an issue with rural exodus nowadays. Middle-aged and younger people move away to the cities. Old people stay there until they die usually, and nobody buys the house that they once lived in, and it just sits there abandoned. This actually happens quite a lot. You can find many empty houses in the forest, and I love sneaking around in them. Most of them have already been looted, presumably by hunters, loggers and other hikers, but sometimes you can still find interesting things, and lots of things there that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. It's very rare to meet anybody out there in the woods. So one crisp autumn day, I took one of our bicycles, a map. Now GPS is mostly not a thing out there, my phone, but it usually doesn't have reception, and some food and water. Now I did actually tell my mum and grandma, and I wanted to be back by nightfall at the very latest and set out exploring. On the map, I had chose a wide loop that I guessed would take about 3 hours if the paths were clear, and I didn't stop to explore. But even if I did, I guess that I had plenty of time until dusk. I had a lot of fun at first, driving the mountain bike down smaller and smaller forest paths, finding foundations of old buildings, and some root cellars that are still intact and have some mushrooms there. I had some problems with the map because, like I said, many of the paths are still there, but no longer exist like they once did, so it's hard to see. So I had to turn back a few times, but I mostly had a pretty good idea of where I was. Of course, that made it take longer than I expected, and when I reached the point furthest from the loop, I go into a narrow path that according to the map would take me back in an hour. Now the sun's already decently low in the sky. At this point I'm feeling a bit uneasy, I have to admit it, because of my bad time management and because I was worried that I could trust the map less than I thought. Also, shortly before turning onto the path, I had found some traps in the wood that kind of creeped me out a bit. They were 3 big cages, each with a platform in the middle that was connected to a steel door in front. On those platforms were some animal remains, rotted with bones sticking out. It hadn't been touched in ages of bait. I guess since the doors were still open though, maybe they climbed in. I had taken a stick and deactivated the traps by putting and pushing onto the platforms through the cage bars. Any hunters might feel that this was a bad move, but I hated the idea of a fox or marten or something being trapped in there. When those doors had snapped shut, it had been so loud that I actually flinched, and afterwards I noticed how quiet it is. Now I was clumsily cycling along on that uneven ground as the sun was setting. I had this uncomfortable feeling that everything was sort of aware of me, if that makes sense. It wasn't the feeling of being watched, but just too quiet. Just quietness, that's it. After a while, I come upon a crossroad in a more open area where I was supposed to follow the path straight on. There were trees not so high here, and I guess that this had been one of those clearings created by a severe storm some 10 years back. Or maybe there had just been loggers in the past, who knows. At the crossroads was a tiny wooden building. Somewhere between a shed and a cabin, I had originally set out to find abandoned houses, and so far had only seen some stone foundations and brute cellars. So even at this point, I really should have just hurried to get back, but curiosity got the better of me, and I wanted to check this thing out and have a look inside. It wasn't locked, but the door was kind of stuck in the frame for a moment, and I can't tear it loose. Inside of the cabin was a cot, a tiny oven, and massive taxidermy animals everywhere. Now, I didn't think they could fit into this tiny thing. There were too many there. There were even some on the cot and in the oven, now to the ceiling and walls. The entirety of the inside of the cabin also, every inch of it had a thick layer of black mould, so much so that some of the animals you can't actually tell what they once were. Others I could guess from the shape. They all look monstrous covered in that stuff, and the smell of rotten mould is overwhelming. I quickly tried to close the door again, but the wood had warped so much it wasn't quite possible, so I left it hanging slightly open and get out of there. As I was cycling away from the cabin, I felt strange. This time I did feel like I was being watched, and not kind of nonsensely thinking. I thought, you should have closed the door behind you, you should have done that. I don't know why I thought of this, but it made me uneasy, so it didn't sit right with me. I then think, why does it matter? And tell myself to stop. Maybe 10 minutes later, the path enters a stretch of older woods with much higher trees. The sun was now close to the horizon, and the sky was full of orange light. Under the fir trees, it was getting very dark, and I checked my phone. I want to tell my mum, but of course no reception. A couple more minutes into the dark forest and the path has vanished. At this point I have 2 options. Try to push through with my bike until I met a logging road, which was hopefully there on the other side of that stretch of woods that could take me back, or even return to get past the mouldy shed again, then try to go my way back home. Basically, the second option was not an option for me, as I'd already said that I would be getting back, and I knew that I was going to have to zigzag and improvise now. Going all the way back would take ages, and I could get more lost going deeper into the darkness. I didn't want to lose my way, but also, I really didn't want to go past the shed again. I had a sudden aversion to even look behind me. As dusk was creeping through the forest, I was getting properly paranoid at this point. The uneasy feeling crystallized into the idea that I had disturbed something there, and that because I left the door open, something was following me now and had come out after me. I know it's stupid, but I cannot shake the feeling. Going past the shed, past those traps and through the ruins of the old village, past the open mouths of the root cellar and getting into the darkness is a horrible feeling. Now yes, I might get lost trying to go through the woods in front of me, and I would have to push and maybe even carry my bike, but the woods didn't seem to stretch out too far in front, only left and right, so it seemed like the better option now. I was just hoping at this point that the supposed login road was still there. I mean, it could not be. After tearing through it for a bit, I found what I guessed to be the remnants of an old path because the ground was sort of lower there, and I tried to follow it until I come upon another set of ruins. And again, foundations appear from the farmhouse presumably. Behind that, the ground slopes into a marshy area with birches that seem very white in the gloom of the trees. Now I stop and listen. I still didn't want to turn around. Now I can't hear anything, but I have the ugly feeling of being watched or followed, and it only increases at this point. I felt like not only was something coming after me, but like the forest itself was aware of my presence, listening or watching. Like it was deliberately quiet. I was feeling so scared that I didn't even try to talk myself out of it anymore, and just accepted what I was dealing with. I'd left some food in my backpack. Half a sandwich and some sesame snacks, and then of course, mushrooms I found earlier. I took it all out, laid it out on a stone, and I said, please let me go, I'm sorry. I won't come back, I promise. After that I grabbed my bike and went down into the swamp, still not looking back. Luckily, it turned out it wasn't a large swamp or anything. Really just a wet patch for about 300 meters until the ground sloped upwards again. So I quickly grab my bike and try and push as hard as I can. Now I'm constantly going through these muddy parts and it's hard not to get stuck. When I emerge on the other side, I was soaked in sweat and my feet were wet and muddy to mid-calf. I stop frequently to listen for anything around me, but there's nothing. And then, wouldn't you know it, the trees opened up and there it is, the logger's path. I could have cried with joy and relief in this moment. I stepped onto the road and turned back to look behind me, but I can't even see the swamp through the trees anymore. It was almost completely dark by now. But luckily, there was some moonlight, and I make my way. I climb on my bike and pedal as fast as I could. About half an hour later, I had some cell reception and managed to call my mum and tell her what happened. Or well, I at least say I didn't get lost. I didn't want her to know that I'd worked up in such a panic over something. She was already worried, and that horrible feeling I had back there in the woods eased up gradually. I even start to see some animals now, and I hear an owl and a deer. By the time I arrive at the cabin, I feel okay again, yet exhausted. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe, one hell of a name, were outside all the time when we could manage it. Joe, the real G, lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning, and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We'd only come out for school. We loved pretending that we're frontiersmen. We'd build lots of traps, shelters, and practice making fires with sticks. Basically the whole 9 yards. Now when we got to high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we'd walk the rail tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find a cool bridge to fish from, and camp out a little way off the track. Of course, we knew this was dangerous and we're probably trespassing, but we're young and kids. Now we had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges that nobody went on. We fished, hid from trains, and at night we camped in the woods near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was very calm actually. Now after school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so we'd occasionally see each other. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we're both in the same town for about a week. We'd do other stuff with family in the day, and at night, we'd either catch drinks at the bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, me and Joe got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer and a hell of a mix. Soon we decided to take a day just to walk the trails, camp one night and walk home. The day we decided on, we started out early in the morning. We actually had my wife drop us off in the old spot we used to start in, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well. We had a map, so I gave her what the hell, and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We sat on the bridge and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff before the night set in. We picked a spot to camp in. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train track, and it made you feel as though you're in a tunnel. We brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to scout the perimeter. Now this is actually what we used to do in the old days. We'd walk the area and make sure that we're not just on some guy's house or something. We walk maybe 100 feet or so into the woods and end up on a small incline. We figured if we don't see anything from the top of this hill, we'll be good. But when we get to the top of the hill, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods, which is barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't appear to be anyone in it. It was quiet, with no movement that we can see, no lights even. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly as we near the building, and we see it's not a sugar shack, but it's an old church. It looked as though it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building with wooden planks that are busting out from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on top of that place, also weathered and black, looking creepy. None of the windows had glass and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see the inside. There were rows of pews and a built-up section for a preacher to stand on. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't wanna. Beyond all that, there were no signs of anyone, not even footprints. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot, and we decided to camp there. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel safe, but we're still a little uneasy. We chalk it up to the natural creepiness of seeing a church in the middle of the woods in the middle of nowhere. Besides, at this point it's dusk and we decide to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep. By this time night set in. Now as we lay in our hammocks, we're talking and we hear something in the direction of the church. What the hell's that? It sounds like people singing. Yeah, I know, man. And it did sound like people singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and they're singing, but it's not getting louder. We decide to creep back up the hill to see if we can spy on whatever that is. We could move very quietly in the woods. We're used to it from before and it's like second nature now. The moon was barely out and it provided just enough light so you couldn't really see us. We didn't touch our flashlights as we slowly got up the hill, not even whispering. We got to the top of the hill and we see a light in the distance. It was coming from the church. Singing, well, it's from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and hushed conversations to each other. Can you hear this? I don't believe this. Craziest thing is that the light appears as though it's coming from a candle and flickering. And though we tried, we can't make out what's being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat there for a while, trying to see who was in there, but only saw occasional shadows. We have no intention of getting closer. We have about a football field's length between us now. The singing has continued for a bit, but stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I'm already freaked out, but this voice scared the life out of me. It sounded like an Old Testament preacher that you see in movies, but again, speaking in another language, we can't differentiate any words. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something, then a bunch of voices would answer. This lasted for a while, then they all broke out into the song, which is long and sustained and gets louder and louder. It got so loud it was actually disturbing enough that I covered my ears. It stopped now. At this point, I was getting ready to say, let's get out of here, when Joe puts his hand on my shoulder and says, yeah, they're coming. We're far enough away that we can't make them out really, but we can literally see a line of figures walking out of the hallway, all in single file. Some of them have flashlights and began to sing again. They're moving towards us. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks into the direction we come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill, erratically like they're shaking them. We sprint as quick as we can. We eventually stop seeing the lights and come to our road, but our map is really small and we're struggling to read it. We walk for about 15 more minutes and know where we are. We get to a gas station and my wife gets us. Now my wife and other friends say it's just kids messing around, but there was no way kids made them sounds. Not sure who these people were, but it definitely creeps me out. I remember that happening to me in Ohio. I'm doing seasonal work out in the Olympic National Park this summer and live in employee housing on the same property as my job. Throughout the summer, I've heard things like a giggling coming from an empty room and a sliding door that closes on its own. Now one night about a month ago, something wild happened. The building I live in is backed up against an impenetrable coastal rainforest, and some friends and I were sitting in one of the apartment unit cabins chatting when, all of a sudden, we hear screaming coming from directly in the woods. Initially, we thought it's a cougar, but it kept going and was decidedly human sounding. Sometimes it seemed more like a sobbing, and in others it was frantic yelling. It literally goes on for 5 minutes straight, then stops. Now the truly chilling part, about 30 seconds after the yelling stops, we heard what sounded like a disembodied woman's voice coming through a radio that starts muttering right next to where we're sitting. We can't make out what she's saying and it's only for a few seconds, but it's literally in the room next to us, and we can't see anything around. One of my friends opens the door to make sure there's nobody outside and we're completely alone. It should be added that everyone who lives in the buildings were all in the same room. Everything else was empty. Though the voice lasted for a few seconds, it stayed with me forever. When I was about 9, my family was in a big transitional phase. We moved out to a house deep in the woods in the country, and my mother to this day insists that it's haunted. My sleepwalking got really bad in those days, I mean incredibly. Sometimes I'd wake up on dirt, outside, with a blanket wrapped around me. I would look around in darkness for a light, and that would usually be my house porch light. It got so bad that my mum kind of barricaded me in at night with chairs sometimes. What scared me most, however, was not outside in the woods, near the National Forest, no. It was my room. It was on the first floor, and with the layout of the house, it was on a silent kind of slanted hill. It dug into the ground a bit. It was the closest thing to a basement possible, because it dug into the ground. There was only one window in my room. This window is in the top right corner of my room, and it was tiny. The window was right at ground level outside, so most of the time I would only see thick grass and dirt covering the glass. Sometimes when I woke up in the night though, I would see other things. Often, I saw boots standing there. They would stand there for hours at a time, facing inwards as though someone's staring at the wall, facing me. They were steel-toed, or looked like old leather boots. It looked as if they belonged to a man. It was so weird. The boot shifted weight sometimes back and forth, between one side and the other, as though the wearers lean in. The toe area was always scuffed too. I knew that they weren't my mother's or father's. It wasn't sleeping paralysis. I was always able to move in that. I would just sit and stare at these boots until I fell asleep. And for some reason, I always had the urge to never go and tell someone, and I don't know why. My family's already freaking out about the other experiences in the house, so I guess I didn't want to add to it. It stopped when my dad moved. Years later, and with the family camping, and all of us are telling scary stories, my father begins talking about how when he was young, he would have the sensation that something was slowly walking towards him. Has anyone ever seen it in a movie? Yeah, like that. He just explained like a pair of shoes that slowly walked towards him with malevolent intent. He goes on to explain how it stopped when he got older. I get this sour taste in my mouth. I ask my father if they're still toes. He shoots this weird look at me and nods. I say, are they made of old, dusted leather and scuffed at the front? He looks scared now and nods. He said, how do I know? And I explain my story, and he begins freaking out. It was so insane to make these realizations at the same time. And my father's room was right above mine, so someone with average height at that specific spot would have been right through to my dad's window. I've concluded that my father has spirits that follow him. I now know that they weren't there for me. I just hope they can stop. It was mid-December 2010. I was 16. I was off school for the half term and was playing video games all day basically. I lived in a small 3-bedroom semi-detached house. Due to my bedroom being upstairs and fairly small, my mum let me have the back room downstairs as my room too. This had all things in there like my PC, reptiles and guitars. We also had some doors leading into the garden near the forest. One night at around 2 AM, I was playing World of Warcraft and using Venture Roll talking to my guide friends. Pretty standard night. At the time, my sleeping pattern was awful and I was staying awake all night playing World of Warcraft. I pretty much always had my back door a little tiny bit open to let some cool air in, due to the heat coming off my computer and to cool it too. This had never been a problem. We lived in a relatively quiet area. Now our garden backs onto a small wooded area, and the only people I ever seen in there were kids making dens and playing etc. Nothing really to be scared of. While having headphones in, I can't really hear anything outside, because of the game volume I mean. I remembered playing and catching something out of the corner of my eye. Now my PC desk is about 3 feet away from the double doors against the wall. Anybody outside would be able to see me sitting at the desk, I turned and saw a hand opening the door. I froze and remembered spinning around in my chair, ripping out my headphones. This would be a pretty good time to add that I was home alone. My mum and dad were at a wedding party and I was fine staying home on my own. Then a man, who's about 30 years old with a shaved head and scruffy beard, is standing at my door. Well, we kind of stare at each other for a few seconds and I ask him to close my door and get out of the garden. But he just casually walked in and stood there. I remembered freaking out a little and standing up and moving to the other side of the room. I moved towards a shelf where I had a penknife and took it out and tell him to go away. He then said that, and it chills me, he knew nobody was home and says let me stay on the couch until my parents' car shows up. I freaked the hell out. He got visibly agitated and starts walking around my room looking at my reptiles. I told him that I'm gonna call the police. I remember not being as terrified as I should have been. It was only for the reason what the situation is that I couldn't really understand what was going on. He then said something along the lines of, you know, I'll stab you long before the police ever get here. I remember then going out to my room and shutting the door behind me, so he's locked in. I never heard him walk to the door or even try the handle. He then starts really pushing on it while screaming at me to move. I weigh up my options. It seemed like the best option would be to run out of the front door and knock on the neighbour's house, but my very small dog was asleep in the bedroom and I'm not going to leave him. I know my dad kept a police cosh in the cupboard in his bedroom, so I sprinted to get it. While rustling in the drawers, I hear him going upstairs. He's now making his way through my parents' bedroom, staring at me through the banister. I'm terrified. He has a steak knife in his hands now, which I didn't see before, and he raises it up to me. I had the kosh and a penknife, but I wasn't confident. He didn't move for a bit until I asked him what he planned to do because this isn't going to end well for us. He told me he's going to go back and walk down the stairs. I heard him go through my room. I hear him slowly go through the other side. I crept back down the stairs, but what made it more intense is for some reason he turned off every single light. Before I got to the bottom of the stairs, I called the police watching the doors to see if he'd come. The police arrived 10 minutes later and my parents shortly after. They searched the woods behind my house and the fencing area, and they found some used needles, gloves, and a huge carpet roll, and about 10 cigarettes in the same place. They suggested he must have been watching me in the dark because it would have a perfect view of my room. And what's worst, they never found him. So this is something that I've kept to myself for over 2 years now, and every time I think about it, all the hairs on my body stand up. Here's something that my girlfriend and I really like to try and forget about. So my girlfriend and I really enjoyed trying to find new hikes in western Colorado. We decided to try a new trail that was not on the national monument, and was far away from any other trail. Was a good deal with the way out of town as well. Anyway, we're on one of the only car parks on the trailhead, and as soon as we're walking it gets really dark. Well, we make it all the way until the moon rose and I stop to hug my girlfriend. Now all of a sudden, further down the road, at least a few miles away, we hear automatic gunfire. It pops, then goes silent, then pops again. Now this kind of thing isn't normal in my area. Now my girlfriend said to me if she thought they were gunshots, and I say I don't think they are. Now we're in the middle of the wilderness at this point. We decided it'd be best to turn back about 2 miles down the trail. Now by this moment we're on top of a very large hill covered in desert shrubs. As soon as we stopped talking, we realised something's wrong. All of the insects had stopped chirping, and the crickets had stopped entirely. All of the sounds of nature were gone. My girlfriend was facing further down the trail, and I was facing back the way we come from. She looked behind me and screams. She then starts running. I was already scared, but I figured the worst it could be is some drunk idiot. I turned and looked, and I immediately ran after her. I never ran so fast in my life. The shrubs are about 2 or 3 feet high in varying spots, and when I turned around, I don't know how to describe it, it looks more like a shadow. Even with the moonlight directly shining on it, it's almost absence of any light. Now it's already starting to stand up when I turn around. As soon as it fully rose up, I realised that I was looking up at this thing and it had to be at least a foot taller than me. It had very clear skin, and bones that don't appear to be human. We sprinted back to my car, still with the whole trail being silent. I was in such a hurry when we ran to the car that neither of us realised that I hadn't taken out my keys to open the car. We're halfway through the drive when we realised that. Now every single hair on my body was raised, and even if I'm being honest, I've never felt anything like it. Every fibre of my body told me to get out of there, and I was almost paralysed by fear that washed over me. Does anyone know what this could have been? When I was younger, every year for Christmas, I would drive upstate to my aunt's house along a stretch of highway. I can't for the life of me remember the road. All I know is that it runs near Arkin, New York at some point. It's mostly a drive through rural areas with little to no towns nearby. So it's the dead of night, and my groggy self has gotten off a long shift and had to drag myself to my aunt's house since my extended family was expecting me the following morning. Near halfway through the drive, I realise I'm very low on gas. It annoys me. My brother told me he filled it up, but he hasn't. I saw an archaic looking sign for a gas station off the next road. It wasn't an official road sign, literally a pole with a slab of metal attached with gas off the next exit or something. That seemed a little sketchy, but people do the same thing with fruit stands on the highway, so whatever. I pull off of the next exit on some dilapidated country road through dense woods. The whole thing was creepy and surreal. I kept expecting Leatherface to come running at me. Eventually I come to the gas station and realise quickly that it's not been open for years. It was all rusted, and the convenience store roof is caving in. The gas pumps had all been taken out as well. I pull over next to it and check my gauge. I would probably only make it another half mile before running out, so I called AAA, and they said they're gonna send a truck. Now the waiting game. I left my engine on because of the headlights, and it's pitch black, and my paranoid self didn't want to be sitting next to an abandoned gas station in the dark for what felt like forever. So most of the wait is actually uneventful, until I sense movement around the side of the old store where my lights are pointed. I look up and didn't see anything more, so I look back down at my phone. Then, over the sound of the night, I hear someone yell, "Hey buddy, come here," in a demanding tone. I look up, and there's a guy standing by the old store staring down at me, illuminated by my headlights. He looks like a run-of-the-mill homeless guy. I was spooked and figured that he must have been squatting there watching me. I say, "Yeah, what's up? You got any change?" "Nah, sorry man." I look up at him, and he has this vacant expression. Then I see more movement. There are heads, about 20 or so, peeking around the trees beyond the man I'm talking to. I can't see them clearly, but there are definitely people there. Literally just heads, staring in the direction from around the trees. I then see another guy beginning to walk from around the gas station, so I peel off. I get as far away from that place as I can, and update the AAA on my location. The driver came back over and filled me up. I didn't say anything, but he left, and I want to call the cops. I called the nearest sheriff department. When I get to my aunt's house, they called me back and said they're all gone, but they found a lot of different signs that people have been living there. The whole situation freaks me out, but frankly, I consider myself lucky to be able to even tell this story, knowing that nothing happened to me. My mum was always very cautious of the bad things that could happen to her children. She would take all three of us, my brother, sister and I, to school, all at the same time in the morning, and she works very close to where the school is. I remembered I was begging to bike to school since I got a new bike for my birthday, and she agrees. I was in grade 7, so 12 or 13. My school was a 2 to 3 minute drive away, and probably a 10-minute bike ride. I was eager to ride my new bike to school, as I also had gotten a new helmet and lock as well. School starts at about 9, so I left at 8. I liked to hang out in the yard with my friends before school started, so I would always go earlier. The route to school was pretty much one straight line, and we get into the city. Now it's 8 o'clock in the morning, so it's relatively bright out again. I'm on a well-populated main road. So I'm about halfway to school, and I decide to cross the street, but not at a crosswalk or traffic light, just kind of jaywalk in. I'm looking both ways though, and I noticed a black car pull up to my left near the woods. It's a Honda Civic, and there's 2 young guys in there, well, sort of young, but they've got tinted windows, and I don't think much of it. The only thing that crosses my mind is, maybe I was blocking them from their driveway and continued down. From the corner of my eye though, I saw a man dressed in all black with his hood popped up, hide his face, get out to the driver's side and walk around the back of the car to the passenger side before I realise what's happening. He's opening the passenger door, and he's pulling me by the arm off my bike trying to get me in. As for what felt like an eternity, after what felt like an eternity, it was like every car on the street had disappeared. Any sign of help was gone. I'm on one of the busiest streets in my city, and it feels like a graveyard. It really feels like one of them nightmares where you can't actually do anything. You just lay there and suffer until you wake up. Now these things don't really happen in my city, so I'm not really prepared for this. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind is to aim for the nuts. I shifted my weight to my right leg and kick as hard as I possibly can. Landing one kick, I actually hurt my ankle, so I can't imagine how it felt receiving that. I didn't even look before I crossed the street, biking as fast as I can. I remember trying to turn around to get a license plate, but my eyes are very watery from fear. I knew my mum wouldn't have been at work, so I continued biking to school silently crying. I pull into the schoolyard and drop my bike off. I didn't care to lock it or ever ride it anywhere again. My school's front door is locked 24/7, and you had to ring a doorbell to get in. The serenity reminded me that I still had time to play outside before class starts, and that's when I finally speak again. I need to call my mum. I scream and the door opens instantly. I explain what happened to the secretary, then the principal, and my mum and the police. Now, a business across the street had some surveillance footage, but you can only see the bottom 6 inches of the guy's car pulling up, so that was no use. Apparently, the same guy with the same description went on an attempt to kidnap 3 other girls but never got caught. I don't really believe in God, but I do pray that he/whatever it was never successful. Now I'm new to Reddit, but this is my experience. So this happened when I was a lot younger. I want to say freshman in high school, probably like 2008. There used to be this road near where I lived in CA called Croc Road. It was barely a road, No one travelled on it, and it was surrounded by small patches of forest and some abandoned barns and houses. I would typically go there with my friends to skateboard and hang out. This one night, I was hanging out with two of my friends, Lucas and Durain, and somebody wanted to go to Crocodile and hang out since it's creepy. It might sound lame, but we loved exploring like a bunch of 5th graders that weren't really into smoking or anything like that. I asked my 20-year-old brother James if he could drive us down into one of the nature reserves by the road. This specific reserve was larger than the others and had a network of gravel paths leading through it. Basically, we were looking for unexplored territory to hike in. Soon, one particular path we're travelling down becomes so narrow that James thought Explorer couldn't pass through it, so we got out and walked for a while, chatting, having fun. We go through the woods for about an hour until it had gotten relatively dark out and the sun's gone, at which point we turn around and head back to the car. It's now I should mention that despite being near a lot of sub-developments, this patch of forest is huge and rarely visited since it was so easy to get lost in, especially at night. It was a challenge getting the car turned around, but James manages it, and we're going down the road. Durain proposed that we turn down a different path which we had passed by earlier, since we had about another 40 minutes until our parents want us back, and we agree. Down this path was a tiny pond Durain wanted to check out and take pictures at since he hadn't got the opportunity to go at night. It was slow going since the road was even creepier than the main one we're on, but we turned off Croak Road. Minutes later, we got into a slight argument. Durain was convinced James had taken a wrong turn since we shouldn't have arrived at the pond by now, while James claimed that he had been driving straight the whole time. Eventually we come to a fork in the road that none of us are familiar with. None of us knew which way to go, so we ended up guessing and going left, hoping that both directions would ultimately lead back to the main path. None of us were scared or anything. In fact, we were actually excited and intrigued, driving through seemingly the middle of nowhere at night. It was at this point we rounded a small bend in the road and the headlights fell upon a surreal sight. There's 4 figures emerging from the forest crossing the road wearing what appears to be cloaks. One guy at the back was dragging a large duffel bag. We all froze and stopped mid-conversation, and as soon as our high beams landed on the 4 figures, they freeze too. James pulled up to the left and went around them. Driving past them really felt like an eternity though, because we couldn't have been going over 5 miles per hour due to the condition of the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, I could see them inches behind my window, and they're indeed wearing black robes. I didn't get a good look at the bag, but judging by the way the guy was, something heavy is inside the bag. None of us said a word until the road straightened out, and we're far past those guys. At which point, James mutters, "What the hell was that?" We continued down the road in silence, and I heard Lucas say, "Wow, they're coming back." I twisted around in my chair to see Lucas pointing out the back window. I could barely see anything, but about 100 yards away we saw the beams of 4 flashlights shaking erratically. The guys were without a doubt running after us, all of them screaming. We start to tell James to step on it. The car bounces and shakes uncontrollably as we flew over beams and potholes. Thank God we did manage to get back to the main path. James gunned it down the path until we're popped off by Croak Road and we get the hell out of there. This is the weirdest thing though. The creepiest thing that I realised is none of them had a vehicle, so they must have been about 50 miles away from anything and they were just out there in the woods with that body thing in the bag. We ended up calling the cops, but they can't find anything. I never told my parents about it until writing this. I haven't really shared it with anyone. It's very important you report suspicious people. I still wish to hell to know how they got there, where they were going, and what was in the bag. Though sometimes I think it's better for me not to know. Hey folks, I'm kind of new to this, but this happened just after I went to a Christmas Eve party when everyone goes home and I decide to stay because my cousin and I were watching a movie. My uncle, who used to walk his dogs in the woods next to a park, went off to take them out. Before this, my aunt told him don't do that because it's too dark out there, and around 5 AM, he didn't care. He went off anyway. My aunt was still worried, so I went along with him. Once we're actually there, nothing wrong really seems to happen. My uncle and his dogs are just relaxing, and I don't really pay much attention to the surroundings when suddenly the dogs go still. This wasn't strange. They always do this and stare and bark at animals, but this time it was different. When the dogs got still, my uncle and I noticed that something was wrong. The dog wasn't angry or anything, just kind of nervous and anxious or afraid. One of the dogs, the largest one, was growling and shaking. As my uncle started to get worried about the situation, we heard it. People in the woods. We couldn't actually see how many were there because of the darkness. Now we hear, we're all gathered here by the blood of we, thee, and thy. As my uncle and I heard that, he yelled for his dogs to follow him out of the woods. As we all left, he turned his back, and we only see a slight movement in the shrubs. Maybe these people were trying to hide. We ended up quickly getting the dogs and getting out of there. We never actually took the time to investigate who they were or what they were doing, but after that happened, my uncle didn't take his dogs near those woods ever again, and is very scared of being out late now. When I was 7 years old, my father took my older brother and I to a cabin in the middle of nowhere as a vacation. We also took our cat with us. Everyone has their own room. I had the room furthest from the other two, positioned right next to where the wood starts. There was a window right next to my bed, and on the right side, and there was a tree right next to it that I remembered getting to climb in the previous day without success. The bedrooms were on the second floor, by the way, and the window didn't have any curtains or blinds to cover it. Now one night, I remembered feeling homesick and unable to sleep. The cats are laying on the bed with me. I was reading comic books at around 2 AM when I heard tapping on my window. I assume it's a branch tapping on the window because it's windy, but I hear whispers now. I remember just freezing in my fear, feeling like a bunch of ice water's been poured on me. I could hear whoever it was tapping saying, "Let me in," and my name, "It's cold out here." I just want to cuddle. I was paralyzed by fear. I just lay there, facing away from the window, terrified close to tears. I've honestly never had anything like this before. I was so paralyzed by fear that I just faced away from the window. I knew it wasn't my father. He kept saying that, but it's a lie and it's my imagination. I grabbed my cat, feeling safer with him, my only defense. I couldn't believe this guy had the nerve to call himself my dad. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted. I hear a screeching sound now, like somebody's got a pocket knife against glass. Now the grin disappears on his face and he just looks like he's horrified and absolutely full of rage. At that moment, my father come barreling into my room with his hunting rifle, and as you can imagine, seeing this made him panic and sort of drop backwards. My father just looked at me to make sure I was alright, just as my brother came running in. He wants to catch him, but unfortunately he got away. To this day, I don't think they ever caught the guy. I remember my father filing a police report. Sadly, they never actually found this guy, and he might still be out there to this day. My dad and I went on a hiking trip a few days ago. My dad is a waterfall fanatic. He wants to see as many as possible. So he and I are hiking along a very pretty trail. We're hiking along a river. is flowing nicely. There's mountains all around us. The trail is weaving around big, beautiful boulders. I'm hiking at most 30 feet ahead of him, looking for a spot to sit down and have picnic lunch on. And as I round a blind curve in the trail, I just freeze. Sitting on a stump maybe 10 feet off to the right is a guy. But he's wearing one of those colourful badger hoodies. With the hoodie pulled up, he's wearing a Halloween style bunny mask. He sees me and stands up right after my dad rounds a corner. We are all three sizing each other up in silence, and my dad addresses him. "What's up, buddy?" The masked man then tips his head as though he's deciding what to do with us. He then finally speaks, saying, "Oh, not much. You aren't the guys I'm waiting for. You have a good day." And then he turns and jogs off quickly. Strapped on his lower back is a large hunting knife and a pistol. We lose sight of him pretty quick. We hadn't seen a soul on the trail all day, and we'd been there for almost 4 hours. Needless to say, we leave the waterfall for another day and turn quick. Once we're off the trail, we report it to the local forest service and police, but they say they can't do much aside from keep an eye out for any suspicious activity. Now the guy had no backpack or water or anything, which makes me think that he either had it stashed somewhere or was camping nearby. I hate to admit it, but I desperately wanted to ask the guy who he was looking for and why. Let me start by saying that I love camping. Anytime my friends and I come home from college, we loaded up our cooler with beer, grab some gear and go screw around outside. Unfortunately, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or friends ever wanted to go with me, so I often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day, the weather was way too nice to waste, so I grabbed my gear, hopped in my car I borrowed from a buddy and drove to a spot that's secluded yet within safety of civilization if I need to get help. Camping also creeps me out though, but that feeling is always outweighed by the joy of it. So I make a little camp and a fire going. I hadn't brought all that much, but I'm enjoying myself reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. I got the feeling that I'm being watched and stopped dead in my tracks. I hear a twig crunch over to my right, but see a doe vault from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to camping. I just kept freaking myself out though, hearing sounds just outside of the ring of light cast by the fire. I always get inside my head, so I shrugged it off and kept whistling and just enjoying myself. Around 1, I decided to get into my tent and snuff out the lantern. I've been slamming beers in the most unladylike fashion and smoking cheap cigars until I passed out. It's around 2 AM. I hear footsteps. They sound pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it's a deer or some animal, maybe a raccoon, but I'm on guard. About 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open later, and I hear a rubbing sound and the tent fabric being pushed in a bit. I don't know what to do. I'm paralyzed with fear. I desperately wanted to go and get the knife and stab this person, but I think maybe it's one of my buddies messing with me. Suddenly, it stopped. I was starting to feel more secure because daylight's coming in about 2 or 3 hours, but I'm sure as hell not gonna sleep. All of a sudden, it's about 4 o'clock, I realised I should have my boots on in case anything were to happen. After having stayed up and keeping alert for a little longer, my friend's car alarm goes screaming. I sprint out of the tent. I got about 2 steps out before something grabs me around the mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but instead, the person stops me. I've heard that people can perform insane feats of strength with adrenaline rush. In my case, I just clamped down. His finger popped off almost. He screamed and pulled his hand away. He took off, running down the hill and into the opposite direction. I take off. I must have looked ridiculous, but I didn't care. I quickly make it into the car and speed it out of there, calling up my friends, telling them what's happened and the police, and get some real clothing. When the cops get there, they checked it out. The cops went out with a light. They brought me back some of my things that I left there. But what made me most scared is that right next to the tent was a gas can, and lighter fluid had been poured around my tent. The kicker is, they never caught the guy. So somewhere out there is some crazy guy that's looking to make fires in tents with people in them. Growing up, every summer in July and August, my family would get together and camp out for 2 weeks at the White Lake State Park in Tamworth, NH. Some of my best childhood memories were made there, with rollerblading, Nerf gun wars, etc. Now when I was around my late teens, my family stopped gathering together to camp out after my grandpa passed away. One of the last years I was there, this one particular memory always stuck with me. A little over 10 years ago, I was 16 years old. It was around 10 PM at night when I noticed I had a missed call on my cheap little track phone. My family was sitting around the campfire cooking s'mores and sharing some laughs, so I decided to go and get some privacy to return the call. I then took a long narrow trail that winds in between other campsites that, at the end, leads up to the bathroom. I wasn't going up to the bathroom. I just wanted to find an empty campsite and sit at a picnic table to make my call. There was plenty of those, since this whole side of the campground was where I'm going and it's vacant. There was no other campers nearby in that area. It was quiet and dark, so I chose a campsite. I sit down at a table. There's lights from a distance that light up from behind the top of the hill behind me, illuminating my surroundings just a bit. I called my friend and was carrying on a conversation for around 20 minutes. As I'm sitting there, staring straight ahead, I see the silhouette coming down from the road in front of me. The figure is coming towards my direction, where all the empty campsites are. I can see it's a person. It's not that unusual to see people strolling through the campsite for a night walk. The people I see usually have flashlights, so this person doesn't, but I'm not creeped out, just curious. As the person gets closer, I can see the outline better now, and it's a man. I also noticed his pace slows down. I kept my eyes fixated on him as I continue conversing on my cell phone. A minute or two passes by now, and now he's stopped moving. He's just standing there in the road looking straight into the campsite where I'm at. Now I don't know if he can see me. Oh wait, he can now. He's staring at me. I step back. He was a little heavy and tall. I can make out he's wearing a jacket. I can't see many facial features, but I would guess that I was staring at a man in his late 40s or 50s. Alarm bells are going off in my head now. My mind has turned to mush at this point and I'm frozen. I was no longer listening to what my friend is saying. I just stare off at this guy. He starts moving now. He was tiptoeing towards me, very carefully, like he didn't want to make a sound. He put one foot in front of the other, leaned forward in a slight hunch form. It looked as though he was charging towards me. In that moment, I snapped out of my mind-mushy frozen state and leaped forward off the picnic table and began running through the campsite back towards the trail. Thud, thud, thud. I can hear him getting closer now, leaves scuffling, heavy yet fast footsteps. Footsteps were getting louder and closer. I made it back to that narrow trail. Once he gets close to whereabout I was, I heard the sound of twigs snapping and the sound of someone annoyed that they've tripped or hurt themselves. Most likely he wasn't familiar with the trail like I was. Whatever the reason it was, it causes him to just stop. I don't stop looking back. I just keep running and running until finally I make it back to my family's campsite. When I got back there, they're still having laughs and smiles by the campfire. I break down crying and I'm trembling. I explain what happened, and my aunt woke up and said, "Oh God." He probably thought that he was someone he knew and was doing it as a joke, dismissing me. My cousin saying, "Yeah, he probably stopped running after he realised he didn't know you, idiot." I wish I was taken seriously, but other than that one thing happening, there was no reason for them to really be afraid. My experience makes me think twice about going alone camping now. I always carry pepper spray with me too, and an alarm. I hope I never see that guy again. Now, while I was growing up, my family would visit the same lake every year for every summer weekend. As we got older, we would visit a large rock we called the Cliffs and jump off it. The rock's only about 15 feet tall at the highest point. For the water, that's really deep. When we got older, we would jump in and try and touch the bottom, but we never could. When my brother and I were in our teens, we took our kayaks to the cliff's edge to jump on our own. We jump off several times. We then find a nice cold spot at the very top of the cliffs and chill there for a bit. As we're sitting there, we notice a white shape in the water, floating towards the surface. It's the letter H. Eventually, it sank back into the water and we lose sight. Before we can look away or even say anything else, another shape was floating upwards, the letter E. Eventually, it too sank below, but it was followed by two more letters, L, P. We didn't jump in after that. We stood up without saying a word and left. We never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot it even happened. Several years ago, I was working as a camp counselor and told this story as a ghost story. I'd almost forgotten about it and texted my brother to see if I hadn't made it up completely. I asked him if he remembered the time we jumped off the cliffs and saw something in the water. He said yes. I asked him what it was and he too said it spelled out help. One of my friends always has these get-rich-quick schemes or shady ways of making money on the side. Now, in one of these more brilliant moves, he decides that he's going to rent a house out near the country line to host illegal poker games in. Yep. Anyway, On this property is probably 4 or 5 acres with this tiny rundown church about 1,000 yards away on the side, and there's a redneck guy who lives on the side in a trailer probably a quarter of a mile or so down the road. However, the property backs up to the woods, and since it's always cheaper than the range, and I and a third friend ask our renter friend if we can go shoot some guns on the property. He obliges us, and we head out there on a Saturday afternoon and find a nice berm at the tree line to shoot into. Now we're just shooting paper targets with pistols, so we're not that far back, and don't need that much room to do so. After a few magazines, we decide to venture deep into the woods to see just how far the property goes. Now we get down to the bottom of the hill and see fluorescent ribbons that the server ties to the trees to mark property lines. We realise that the property is way bigger than we ever thought before. We're already 200 yards into the woods now. Now just as we're remarking how big it is, we see a dead animal about 10 yards away from the property line. Walking up to examine it, we see that it's a goat that's had its head cut off, clearly done by a human. Then we see a severed goat head a little further away. Now the really creepy part to this is that it's not the same goat. There's 2 separate ones, and clearly due to the decay, it's been multiple days apart. Now if we weren't armed it would have been way scarier, but it's still creepy because I fear humans more than anything in the woods now. Now I say this was out in the country, but it's in South Carolina, so there's really not crazy expanses of wilderness. Being an East Coast state, there's pretty much all settled by people. The thing that gets me now is that there was a serial killer caught not too long ago around the time we were there, and apparently he started on animals too. I've worked for a company who does contract work exclusively for the US Forest Service in surveying areas for invasive plants, and we basically travel all over the forest in SoCal, even in areas that are off limits to the public. I have many stories to share that fell into the category of being creepy. I have my story to tell. So my crew at work is basically between 5 and 6 people every day. The same people for 10 hours a day, 4 days a week. Like I said, we sweep through the forest by combining a search team looking for invasive plants and putting down a GPS tracker on their location to be removed. I remember one day when I started, we came across this abandoned day use area where there had obviously been some sketchy stuff going on. Now we used to park the car in a turnout across from it and eat lunch, and several cars would drive into the area over the curb. Because the main driveway was blocked with a big metal gate, people got out of their cars, some walking their dogs, some taking pictures, some for picnics, and some people just carried stuff and disappeared into the area. For a while, we had kind of skipped over the area because according to my boss, no invasive plants have ever been tracked in the day use area, so we didn't go there. Nevertheless, it was still sketchy as hell. We would constantly drive by it and see people dumping things. What ended up happening was the crew got called to another part of the forest for a while, and we were probably out of that area for a few months, only coming back sporadically. But we drove down that same road every day and still saw cars parked there and stuff being dumped. So one day, my boss tells me that we need to walk the almost 7-mile stretch of road that day. He asks for volunteers to cover the sides of the road which cuts through a narrow canyon, only 500 feet wide. The day use area was on the right side of the road, so I volunteered to go right with my other 2 workers, with plans on checking the area out extensively. We took our tools with us, which consisted of hoes, some folding saws and pulaskis, which are basically a 2-headed axe with a pick on the end. Additionally, I was wearing my knife on my belt. So we started walking into the day use area, and I'm scanning for all signs of life. There's a bunch of abandoned stuff laying everywhere, like refrigerators, storage shelves, and broken glass everywhere. There's also several holes in the ground that were perfect squares, cut into the concrete, and they gone down pretty far. They weren't that big though, probably 4x4. So we kept walking back, and I see these rags scattered on the ground. Some have red stains on them. They're next to a big pile of dirt that's covered with stones and half a skateboard sticking out of the ground. There's a wooden cross nearby, and I'm thinking, is this some kind of grave? So I call the other guys over, and we read the writing on the skateboard, and it was a burial site for something that was once called a diamond. I couldn't make out the years on it, but the grave's big. One of my co-workers thought it was an animal grave. I chalk it up to being something that a dog owner's left there. We kept pushing through, and I'm seeing tons of invasive plants everywhere. I'm reading off the names to co-workers who's putting them into a GPS unit when we see a building tucked into the corner of the day use area. So we walk back there, and there's a tiny opening between the rocks, barely noticeable from the road, and it turns out to be a whole nother canyon branched off. We check the map and make sure there is a canyon near here where invasive plants could be coming from. The GPS shows nothing. We have to check it now. It's about the size of half a shipping container, clearly abandoned. The door is slightly opened. I reached out with the hoe and pried it open. It's pitch black. My co-worker takes out his phone, and there's some really weird stuff in there. There was tons of weird magazines on the floor, pillows and blankets, as well as children's clothing. I back up and start walking back to the main road. There's clothes everywhere belonging to adults. This is scaring the life out of me. I'm not about to go in there. When I get back in view of the road, there's a truck in the day use area that's not none of ours. I don't see anyone using the picnic areas, and the weird thing is, the truck had driven over the curb to bypass the gate, and was parked in a secluded area. It didn't look like anyone was in the truck or around it, and I stay in the clearing waiting for my co-workers. When we finally got to the spot, I point out the truck to them, and they said he's probably hanging out in the old bathroom building which is off to the side of the road. They wanted to go in and check it out. I sure as hell don't want to leave them and be alone, so I follow. The building was kind of V-shaped, with male and female bathrooms on the end and a storage in the middle. They go into the men's room, whose door had literally been kicked down by someone, and apparently there was tons of illegal magazines all over the floor, tons of weird pictures of things that I'm not even gonna say, with pillows and blankets. There was a small hole that had been cut into the wall leading into the small storage room. It sounded like they were literally gonna try and crawl into the room for the bathroom to check it out. At this point, I was standing outside the building on the other end of the door to the storage room, and I'm not kidding you, I hear the doorknob jiggle. At that moment, my co-workers came running out of the bathroom, and one of them grabs his knife and brings it up. He quickly grabs another tool and bashes the door handle and the area around the door to the storage room. 15 seconds later, we see a man sprint out of the bathroom and run back further into the woods. Apparently, this is what happened. One of my co-workers stuck his head through the cut hole in the men's bathroom. It's pitch black. He uses his phone and sees there's a man there alone in the corner, boxes lined up with pillows and blankets on the floor. It startled him so much that he ran out too, as well as the other guy. We radioed up some of the hotshot firefighters who had a station nearby for support, and they sent a few guys and literally took a chainsaw to the door, set up a floodlight, and the room is filled with boxes and photos of really bad stuff. We told them where the man ran off to into the other building, so they went to check it out as well. Opened the door, floodlights on, and the creepiest thing out of the whole experience was that the building actually went back further into the dirt at the adjacent hills. The firefighters checked their photography maps, and sure enough, there was a bunker, and nobody went further into that place. Now, I've been homeless a lot, and I've lived in some distant families' land where they have an old cabin upon slits. Due to the local woods flooding heavily sometimes, I spend a good amount of time in this old cabin. There's a wood stove and a swing hanging from the porch. I use that as a bed sometimes. Overall, it was an okay place, and it wasn't too far of a drive from town to get food. You just have to tolerate the half-mile walk to your car. So anyway, one day I'm out walking around the woods, and in a smallish clearing in the path, I see easily a good 50 to 60 dead geese. Every one of them is mangled in horrifying ways. Necks ripped off their bodies, blood everywhere, feathers for the life of me, bones sticking out of the dirt. It looks like a genocide. The ground is dry, and there's lots of dust, but I saw no prints, and there was no other evidence of anything ever being there, aside from what I can only assume was some sort of explosion. I also found a torn open old backpack with a great deal of candy wrappers thrown about. Way too mouldy to identify or know anything of. I decide to turn back to see if I can grab a camera when I start hearing this god-awful shrieking sound, as if it was coming from every possible place. I took off pretty fast when it started, and to this day, my best guess is that it's a massive fume of toxins, or maybe it was from some massive animal. I really can't get a rational explanation here, and it really scares me. A mate of mine and his cousin decided to go on a motorbike trip around Australia. Unfortunately, on the second day, the cousin's wallet falls out of his back pocket, and it was only hundreds of kilometers later that he realizes. Now, the two of them were forced to rely on only one guy's money, since all of the bank branches refused to give out money to my cousin with no ID, which of course is in his wallet. Matters were complicated later when they filled up with non-sniffable Opal petrol, which buggered up their engines and required them to pay a mechanic to fix it. The end result was that they had almost no money, and any money left had to be rationed for petrol. They're eating 2-minute noodles for every meal and sleeping rough. In some towns in the middle of nowhere, they would go to the local pub just for warmth and company, but couldn't afford a beer. So one night they stopped at a town that consisted of a handful of houses a caravan park and a hotel. When they went into the hotel, they met all of the locals, including the local cop and the owner of the caravan park. Mr. Caravan Park started talking with them and was getting pretty chummy because he knew that his was the only place offering accommodation and camping in that area that was legal due to the presence of crocs. Realizing that if they planned on camping illegally, they could get tipped off to the police, they decided to sneak out without anyone realizing and head out of town. They were hoping to find some shelter, but it was featureless red dirt as far as the eye can see. After about 20 minutes, they came to a bridge and hid their bikes under it to set up camp, even though they're in the middle of nowhere. Roads, trains would come by on a regular basis, and were loud enough even from a distance. The next morning, they went back to the pub to get water and noticed some old photos on the wall. One of them featured a very large crocodile. In the background was a bridge that they were sleeping under. I was on summer break and went camping with my friend and his parents. We went to the lake during the day and did the s'mores thing at night. His parents shared a tent while my friend and I had our own. I can't remember where our campsite was, and I'm not really in contact with my friend anymore. But 15 years later, I'm assuming it wasn't the safest place to go camping. Here's why. I woke up sometime in the early morning at like 3 or 4 AM and immediately saw a man's face looking in through the tent that he had unzipped at the door, sticking his head through with this absolutely insane look on his eyes. With wild hair. I'm literally stiff with fear. I can't do anything but look at the man, who's very slowly moving his head from left to right, as if this isn't bad enough. I guess my friend could hear my breathing loudly or something because he woke up too, having the same reaction as me, just laying there looking in terror at this mysterious man. And I'm not certain for how long he was actually sitting there, but it felt like it was hours, moving his head back and forth. At some point, we heard a noise close by. Oh God, there's more, I think to myself, literally shaking. But apparently, it's not with the man. He quickly disappears a couple of minutes later. We got out of our tent and woke up his parents, but the guy was long gone. What's more crazy about this is the guy didn't even blink. He literally just shook his head from left to right, staring at us, shaking. I've never seen anything so terrifying in my life, and I really don't want to again. This happened about 15 years ago. I was 6 and my sister was 11. We were camping with our grandparents on a campground we went to often, in a tent trailer we always used. We had been there for a few nights, having no problems at all. If you're not familiar with a tent trailer, the kind my family owns has 2 queen-size beds that fold outwards off the trailer, and we're somewhat suspended. We have a tarp over our head attached with hooks underneath to the base. Now in the middle of the night when we're all asleep, a man come into our campground and unhooked some of the tarp under my bed. He reaches his hand in and starts feeling around. I woke up to the feeling of someone touching my hair. Assuming it's my sister, I don't react for a few seconds. She suddenly jerks up, and we both realise there's a hand wrapped around her arm, and that a man's whispering, "Shh." Hysterically, we both start screaming for our lives. My sister and I start bending his fingers backwards, hoping to make him stop. My grandpa then wakes up for our screaming, and figures out what's happening. and my grandfather furiously ran outside, but no one's there. The man's gone. Now thank God this was our last night there and we were leaving in the morning. Needless to say, we would have left anyway. I'm just so glad that my granddad actually woke up and was able to help us. If it was just us there alone, I would have hated to think of what could have happened. Me and my father always went fishing. Heck, it's something we still do now. We live in the backwoods community, so nature's always around us. I've later moved into the city life, but whenever I'm staying with my mum and dad, I always like to go doing hunting or fishing with my father. Now, from being out in the wilderness for so long, you truly get used to what's around you. My dad, being so seasoned, always had an explanation for something weird that would happen. However, there was one time something happened that was so weird that neither of us could explain it, even to this day. So I was 18 at the time. We were doing some night fishing in a lake, something that I absolutely loved to do. We're having a great time, just talking about life and things in general. I was actually planning to move to the city around that time, so we spent a long time talking about that. And my dad was saying that maybe when I'm older I should come back to the forest and get back to nature, but he understood the opportunities that moving out into the city offered me, and I was really excited. Now, as we're saying this, the moon seems to be shining really bright. It was cloud covered at first, so we didn't really see it. As we're sitting there talking, something seems off. We both stop talking at the same time, and I see almost a blue glow on my dad's face. I reach down to see if I have a torch on, and then I notice it. All of the water around us has a very light blue ambient glow, and I'm not kidding you, the entire lake seemed to have this glow to it. Everything around us was silent. I look at my dad, and he's just as scared as I am. We don't say a word, and suddenly, we hear an explosion sound in the sky. I'm terrified. We both jump to the deck, and stay cowering for what feels like an eternity. It's probably only about 10 seconds though. We both slowly raise our heads, and the light's gone, and there's no clouds in the sky. We quickly pull the boat into the harbour and get going home as quick as we possibly can. And to this day, I have no idea what the hell happened. I don't believe in the supernatural or UFOs, but I really think this has to have been something from out of this world. The closest thing I can think is that something carrying some kind of voltage dropped from the sky into the water, explaining the explosion sound, but it doesn't add up. My dad thinks it might have been something extraterrestrial, but I don't know. All I know is that it scared the life out of me, and I've never seen anything like it.
There was something about her. The fact that she was just too nice. To everyone. But that wasn't how she was when she was alone. And do I know this? I watched her. You may think that's pretty creepy, but I don't care. I needed to know what was wrong with her. Everybody could tell how fake she was. And no one dared to investigate. Of course not. She was scary as hell. So anyways, this all started a week and a half after she moved to our school from... what was it she said? California. She moved to Maine from California. As I was saying, when she first moved here, everybody loved her. She's pretty, nice, and everything that makes up the typical popular girl. Another thing that struck me as unusual was that she came right in at the middle of our senior year. I know if my parents ever made me do that, well, it wouldn't work out well for them, to put it one way. Anywho, after about a week, people started noticing things. She noticed that they noticed. She started to try extra hard to fit in, to kiss ass, to make friends and keep them. The problem was, people were starting to fear her. The chill would run down my spine if she even walked by me in the hallway. This was when I started to become interested. One day I decided to follow her home. On our way, I lagged behind, most of the time looking down at my phone, trying not to be obvious. She did look back once. That's when I began to worry. When I looked up from my phone, she had stopped. She just stood there, facing away. I knew what she was doing. She was waiting. She wanted to figure out for sure if I was following her. So I kneeled down to tie my shoe. My paranoia seemed to be for nothing when I looked closer to see she was on her phone. I felt so stupid. Alright, had to have been about an hour by now. Where the hell was she going? This walk had to be at least a mile or two long. We weren't even close to any neighborhood or any houses for that matter. We finally arrived to her house. It was so far out that it was hard for me to believe that she could find a way back here. Maybe she was on the phone, talking to someone with directions. I hid behind a tree as she let herself into this eerie house, and just watched her. I was worried and paranoid beyond belief by this point. I always listened to my gut. It didn't sound good. I was definitely scared. When I was sure she was in, I made my way slowly over to the house and peeked into the window. What I saw was something I would never forget. She was just sitting there in a small room, with just one single dirty stained mattress in her bra and underwear, smashing her head against the wall for a good 5 to 10 minutes. I wanted to run, but I couldn't look away. When she stopped, she started to sob quietly, then louder and louder, yelling things at herself like, "Stupid, stupid, stupid girl," or, "They know. They all know. Get rid of him." I was confused, frightened, yet still so curious. I should have known to leave now, but I just couldn't bring myself away from it. And she said, "Leave. Leave. Leave. Leave now!" Then she looked up. She stared me dead in the eyes. Her eyes, so black and hollow and evil. I snapped out of it and ran. It was hard to find my way out of the woods, but I just kept running. I didn't sleep for weeks. Every night I would see her cold, dark eyes in my window, just as I looked in hers. I still don't know if she's really there. When I went back to school, there was no sign of her anywhere. I was relieved, but still very confused. I didn't tell anyone. I never will. All I can do is document it. Hope someone else will see it and think twice before you feel the need to investigate the weird kid. Curiosity killed the cat.
I've been a security guard in my company for over 2 years now, but the work my company does is not your typical run-of-the-mill work. To put it simply, my company accepts jobs which no other security company will, including high-risk assignments that often result in death. Let me take it from the top. When I started working here, they had a very long one-on-one with me explaining all the potential dangers I'm facing. They also made me sign an NDA and a bunch of other papers stating that if something were to happen to me, the company is not responsible. They explained that the job is risky but well paid. I'd been jobless for a while, so jump at the opportunity regardless of the risks. Unlike most other companies though, they made me read through the entire NDA aloud to make sure that I'm aware of all the rules. Some of the things that I read there made me think initially that it's a joke, but then I see my superior was dead serious. My job would basically be to provide support to the guards at other posts via comms and patrol the perimeter I'm stationed at. Now my headquarters was located in an office building compound which had multiple companies renting the adjacent buildings. I would mostly work nights, with the occasional mornings, and the rules as follows. I was to do a full sweep of the compound and all offices, save for Building 4, the call centre. I was not to approach Building 4 under any circumstances, no matter what I hear from outside. Even if I saw someone inside from the windows, I do not engage them. When I ask for more details, they don't answer me, saying, if I value my life, then I must obey. Now people work a normal 9 to 5 in that building, and nothing seems to be wrong during the day. When I ask the employees about it during my morning shifts, so they don't want to know me. For Building 6, the designer company, the rules are even stranger. Here's what the building chief tells me. In Building 6, you may run into someone, a woman to be precise. She's going to try and start a conversation with you, and it's imperative to ignore her at all costs. She's going to try and talk to you, taunt you, but she'll never get in your way. It's an extremely important rule to remember, and I cannot stress this enough. If you see her in the building, don't run. Finish your sweep. Trust me, she'll know. Do the sweep as you normally do. Check every room and quietly exit. Ignore her the entire way. She's going to become increasingly agitated and violent. Tell you something's behind you. Ignore her, unless you want to end up like the last guard, okay? You'll be fine. Now I've since encountered the woman, and it was a grueling and agonizing experience I don't want to speak about. Another rule I had to remember was not to open the gate between the hours of 22 and 07. The chief said that under no circumstances am I to open the gate. Even if the next guard comes 5 minutes earlier to relieve my duty, it remains shut. That brings me to this experience I had. It was about 6 months after I started working and the sun's already up. I heard knocking on the gate and went out. I saw through the gate the silhouette of my co-worker. "Hey, mind opening the gate," he said. As I approach and put my keys into the hole, my phone starts ringing. I answer it without looking, but when I heard the voice, my blood froze. It's my co-worker. "Hey man, I'm gonna be 30 minutes late today, sorry," and hung up. I realise it's 6:50 AM. I stare at the silhouette on the other side of the gate, who suddenly starts banging on the door, demanding to be let in, stating he lost his cell phone and he was the real co-worker. I now retreat to the guardhouse and wait for what feels like forever, when this banging suddenly starts on the door, demanding to be let in, stating that he lost his cell phone and he was a real co-worker. I retreat to the guardhouse and wait for what seems like forever until it stops. In reality, it only lasted until 7 AM. Those were all the rules I had to follow on my own post, and most of the time it's uneventful. However, I have heard stories from other co-workers. Since I'm in contact with guards at other posts, one of them told me his story. He worked as a guard in a residential building, and one night an old man who lived there called him to come to his apartment. He didn't explain what's wrong, just said go there, so he did. When he reached the apartment, His wife was crying, stating that her husband's dead. The guard tried convincing her that her man was very much alive and had in fact brought him there, but when he turned around, the old man's gone. It was then that he saw the old man's dead body in the chair, near his sobbing wife. He quit the same night. Another creepy thing that happened was on the farmstead which our company has guards on. A guy by the name of Jeff who worked there told me about his own experience which made him run away from his post in the middle of the night. So apparently, the farm was empty at that time since it needed some more staff built first. But his duty was to basically patrol circles around the farm, making sure there's no squatters or vandals. So one night, as he's walking around, he hears someone calling his name in a playful tone. He dismisses it as his imagination at first, but when it reoccurs, he asks who's there, demanding they put their hands in the air. Now I haven't seen this, so I can't guarantee anything, but Jeff says that all of a sudden, a man suddenly rises from the crops, and they just reach his waist, which is technically impossible, because the crops themselves are taller than Jeff, who's pretty tall. But the man grins at Jeff and continues calling his name playfully, as though he's still hiding from him. Needless to say, Jeff didn't exactly stick around to see what the fuss was about. When he reports it to HQ, they said there's sightings of him in the past, always calling out names, but never really doing much harmful. The final thing I'll share with you here is my experience when I was stationed at a post hospital for a month. It was a private clinic. Now my job was basically to monitor the camera feed. Camera 3 was cut off, though I have no idea why. I asked them and they told me to keep it that way and to never turn it on again. They also said that from time to time I may see a person on feed which covered the outside of the security office, and that he would just be standing there facing the door. I was to remain in my office, whatever happened, and never glance at the door. He would usually disappear after 30 minutes or so. Patrolling was strictly forbidden between 3 to 6 AM. Money is one of the reasons I haven't quit so far, and the dangers aren't that bad if you get used to it and know what you're doing. And plus getting stationed at different posts keeps this job adventurous and dynamic. But I still have no explanation to any of these things to this day. I just pray I'm not clumsy enough to ever find out what's the worst that can come of them. I guess you'll never hear from me if that happens anyway.
There's someone standing at the foot of my bed. Every night for the past week, as my eyelids grow heavy and I slip into unconsciousness, he comes out, his hands grasping the metal railing, rising 1 inch at a time. He peeks out his head first, black and featureless, a pair of cobalt blue eyes set high up where his eyebrows should be. Then out comes his shoulders, and his chest, until he's fully upright. He looks like a store mannequin, sexless, starved. I know I'm sleeping, but my eyes are open and I see him. But I can't bring myself to talk to him or reach out to him. The gaunt man just stands there, his eyes transfixed to mine, his breathing shallow and ragged. On Monday, the gaunt man reached out a thin hand with long fingers and pulls back the sheets covering my legs. He drags his fingers across my heels or up the soles of my feet, leaving long trails of red that stain my sheets. It felt like a nightmare, the kind you can't wake yourself out of. Tuesday, I caught a glimpse of him in my bedroom mirror. His back was the same as his front. His cobalt blue eyes found mine in the dark room and just watched me as I slept. He dragged his fingers across my legs all the way down to my toenails, scratching them. There's always pain in the morning. There's blood on the sheets, scabs on my legs. He loves mirrors. I know this. He likes to look at himself. When he comes out from under the bed. Wednesday, he just stood and stared at his own reflection, as if he were in love with it. His front, though. His front stayed fixed at me. Thursday, his eyes moved, shifted across his face until they were at just the right place. When this was done, he crawled into the bed beneath the covers and lay beside me. The way he felt when my hand brushed his skin, it made me think of rotten shellfish in a freezer drawer. Friday morning he was gone. My feet were a bloody mess. Just trying to stand up felt like a dozen needles running through the soles of my feet. I saw him in the puddle I made on the floor. Don't ask me how I could tell, but he looked like he was smiling. I went to see a doctor about it, and he sent me to see a shrink. I've showered 3 times already, but I still smell like rotten shellfish. Friday night, he was leaning over me as I slept. He looks proper now, bit round in the waist, same as me. Saturday morning, I missed the appointment with the shrink. It's hard to type now that he's in my monitor's reflection. He's dragging his fingers across the back of my hands, up my arms, all the way to my shoulders. I can't see the letters that well for the blood. My eyes are all wrong. He's fading now, but from the creaking of the floorboards in the next room, I know he's in the bed. Don't ask me how I know this, but it's his bed now. He'll be in my rearview mirror. Come Monday, I'll be the one standing behind him as he looks at his reflection in the bathroom stalls. I look at my reflection. My eyes are cobalt blue.
Now this is a personal family story that's never been shared before, but I can't keep it in, it's just too crazy. I mean, so there's been this doll that's been in our family for apparently hundreds of years, but I don't believe that. The thing's got to have been about 100 years old. Now apparently, that doll is haunted by some of the natives that used to live on the land that my family owns. Get this, the story of how they found it is that my grandpa woke up in the night with this urge just to go digging. Never had anything like it before. Literally in the middle of the night, grabs his shovel, and he says that there was almost a voice guiding him there, but it wasn't speaking to him, if that makes sense. He just knew what it meant. So he grabs his shovel and heads out in the dark, with only the moonlight guiding him and the voice. He starts digging away. My nan thinks he's gone crazy. However, he eventually strikes something. We can then see that he struck a box, and what's inside the box, you guessed it, the doll. Now apparently, when he started looking at the doll, he realised something was wrong with it, and immediately dropped it. He ran inside and went to bed again, hoping that maybe, just maybe, it was all a dream. My nan was furious at him for doing so, being a very strong believer in the paranormal. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't a dream, and he woke up the next day with it sitting in the living room. Both of my grandparents were sure that each other had put it there, and didn't say anything about it. Now that's where I come into the story. Apparently, I would wake up when I slept round there, and I would complain of it screaming at me whenever I made eye contact with it. What's worse is my other siblings also reported the same thing, but for some reason my grandpa had an urge that he had to protect it and couldn't get rid of it. That all changed, however, one day when my mum was having tea with them in the living room when she caught eye contact with the doll, and she heard the screaming too. It's like a faint voice in the back of your head that slowly gets louder. That was it. She's had enough of it messing with her children, and my grandpa, for some godforsaken reason, protecting it. She heads outside with simply a lighter and some sticks. She throws it onto a fire and burns it. She then buried the ashes, and years later we sold the home. Now I don't know if that thing's still there, or whether it's actually returned again to haunt the new owners of the home. I know one thing though, I'm glad that my mum was brave enough to deal with it, and that I don't ever have to see that godforsaken doll again or hear the screaming. So by this point, everyone is in no doubt to be fully aware of the Area 51 memes and all the hubbub surrounding them. Apparently, over 1 million people are set to storm the perimeter on September 20th of this year. Should be interesting, but let's be honest for a second. I doubt it's gonna happen. Even if we did, even if by some ridiculous miracle they managed to overwhelm the most powerful military on Earth and infiltrate a top secret base, I don't think they'd be exactly thrilled with the results. I'll just come right out and say I guess Area 51's a red herring. It's a distraction, and pretty much always has been. Nothing out there but sand, reclusive scientists and an old lake. I mean, think about it. If Area 51 is one of the most top secret and covert blacklists in the world, how does everyone know about it? How secret can it be if everyone knows the secret? I mean, for frick's sake, even Obama acknowledges its existence. That's the whole point of it. They want you distracted so you don't look for the others. But why take my word for it? Who am I? I'm just some pleb on the internet that decided to cash in on a trend for some clout perhaps, yeah. But no. That may be who I am now, but I was once a person of particular interest to the United States government. Most people know me as Mr. Blue. It's not my real name, but it's much easier to pronounce. I used to be a pilot. I did that for many years, and I loved every second of it. I tell ya, there's nothing quite like soaring through the skies and breaking the sound barrier for the first time. Yeah, you might crap yourself a little, but hey, that's part of the experience, really. Now, unfortunately, the type of work I did is above the top secret, and for all of our safeties, I cannot go into any more detail of who I am or what I did. One day, however, I was out on a classified reconnaissance mission in a certain area I should not have been. Now I'll apologise here for any vague details of certain things, but you gotta understand, the things I'm about to tell you are beyond top secret. I mean, they'd kill me 10 times over for uttering a word of it. But anyway, the mission's going as planned, when suddenly my instruments start going haywire. Air pressure inside the cabin just plummeted, and the speed and fuel consumption gauges start going crazy. Everything. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Next thing I know, I see a bright light soar past me at an ungodly speed. The shockwave it produced is so violent that it shredded the whole of my craft in a split second. So I went from casually flying along to suddenly regaining consciousness as I plummeted headfirst towards the ground at terminal velocity. I managed to pull my chute before I splattered, but as I touched down, I almost wished I hadn't. There I was met by an entourage of at least 24 men in winter camo suits and masks. They're all pointing weapons at me and screamed in a language which I recognise as English. I do my best to calm down and appear unthreatening, but that didn't stop them from wrenching me into a pair of handcuffs and hauling me onto their APCs. They began to drive away, and the real severity of the situation hit me. I was not going to be saved. The people I worked for had never said it, but I always known that if you're captured, you're on your own. With that in mind, I had no real incentive to keep my mouth shut once they started the interrogation. It may seem cowardly, but I'm not about to be tortured brutally from a former ally. Yeah, the government says that they don't torture people, but that's what they say. So I told them about who I worked for, what my mission was, why I grew up, all that jazz. It was all fabricated, but they took the bait regardless, thanks to their severe distrust of the Russians at the time. But they were actually pretty cool after that. I mean, they wouldn't leave me in their custody alone, but it was better I was alive than dead for them. They then transported me away from my initial interrogation place into a secure facility nearby. I was blindfolded the whole time. I can now hear rumbling of multiple vehicles, sounds of doors sliding, and the distinct feeling of my stomach dropping. I could tell they've taken me somewhere deep underground. Soon after, I stepped off the elevator and they removed my blindfold. Their leader was a guy with a stern face, a thick black beard and eyes that looked etched onto concrete. He wore a black suit, with some symbol upon his heart pocket that I don't recognise. He stepped in front of everyone, outstretched his arms while staring at me. "Welcome to your new home." An ever so slight grin stretches across his face as he says it. I glanced down the dismay grey hallways which seemed stretched out further than I could ever imagine in multiple directions. They led me down some hall on the right, past dozens of locked corridors, and the rooms before ushering me into a cell. My handcuffs were removed soon after, and the door slid shut behind me. The same man who had welcomed me to the facility then approaches the window, pushing the intercom. "Welcome to the corporation, Mr. Blue. I don't believe there's any reason why our time spent together should be unfriendly. I apologize for this, but you must realize that this is a necessary precaution we must take." And I nod at him. "Wonderful. We'll see you for dinner soon. If you require anything, just please notify one of the guards outside of your quarters." And with that, he and his little entourage turned and strolled down the hallway. That was my very first night in the facility, which I eventually came to know as FEZ. I don't think it's an official name, but I heard several personnel at the base refer to that by the acronym over the years. I still don't know what it was for. The best I can come up with is Fortified Experimental Zone. It makes the most sense. All things considered, at first it wasn't actually too bad. The staff are nice, the food is great, and there's plenty of things to see around the base. Now they interviewed me probably 100 times after, and were especially interested in the craft I was piloting. The craft in question was one of our new technologies, but unfortunately it was blew to smithereens by the light. It took years of incarceration there, but eventually the staff came to trust me almost as much as they did their own comrades. We would laugh and joke with one another, and soon we might even be considered friends. I became especially close with one of the scientists named Kevin. Kevin was a smart, comical guy, and had quite a lot of things explained to me. He and I would spend countless hours talking. He was my only glimpse into what was happening on the outside world. He'd bring in books and movies for us to enjoy together. He'd keep me updated on everything. And over the next 30 years, we'd develop a close friendship that I always treasure. I must have displayed some kind of intellectual potential, because they eventually started asking for my input on various curiosities stationed throughout the base. They only did it because I'd sworn to them complete loyalty that I'd never be allowed to leave the base anyway. The base itself is colossal. They always blindfolded me during transport via any location, but one time I caught a glimpse of the buttons in the elevator. There had to be at least 50 of them. I remember the first time they showed me one of the lockdown blocks. There were guard posts at every cell. I heard some very strange noises emanating around me as we transversed the halls. I thought for sure that they were about to show me some horrendous beast from the depths of hell, and prepared myself for the according howls of unseen things through the halls. Now the lead scientist rolled back a two-way mirror, and my heart frozen with anticipation. In the cell block in front of us, there's nothing more than a human girl in a grey jumpsuit. She's maybe 5 years old or so, but nothing out of the ordinary. I told the doctor what's going on, and he raises his eyebrows before pressing a button, and I heard the sound of a gas seep into the room. A few tense seconds passed, when the girl suddenly shrieked a little. Her head tilted back, and I saw jagged, needle-like teeth emerge from her mouth. Her jet black eyes then lurched towards us, and she lunges at the window. She struck it hard and fell into the ground, snarling and hissing like some terrible beast. You ever seen anything like that? All I can do is shake my head. I've never seen anything like it before. They found her in the woods outside of Whitehorse with a freshly disemboweled man. She was eating him, and she appeared unaffected by the sub-zero temperatures. I suddenly feel like vomiting, but I said nothing. I only stared back at the unusually gruesome little girl. What the hell is she? Unfortunately, I was never told anything else about her. I doubt the personnel knew much anyways. They came to show me a lot of very strange things over the years. A giant brownish orange-haired primate that walked upright and seemed to respond to facial movements. A humanoid-shaped being that was only detectable via infrared cameras. A golden chest that would instantly kill anything that touched it, and a 10-foot tall creature wrapped in vines that emitted bouts of radiation and blended into the environment with perfect camo. There's a monstrous fish, at least 80 feet in length, frozen in nitrogen. Various apparent creatures that I'm guessing are the results of relentless genetic tempering. I've never seen anything like it. All of the monsteries housed there, and the secrets buried in their possession. They also asked for my advice on certain paradoxical phenomenon that had plagued them as well. They tell me that for decades there had been hundreds of unsolved cases of human disappearances that defied all explanations. Young children were found on cliff edges that they could not have reached, while old and frail people would be discovered dozens of miles away from where they started only hours later. Many not found though. I could almost see the fear from their eyes as they relay case after case of recordings and other things. And it was clear, although not said, that they have no idea what the cause is. Unfortunately, neither do I, as it was the first time I'd ever heard of the bizarre phenomenon. I told them honestly that I didn't believe my former allies were responsible, but I don't know if that made them feel worse or not. Throughout the years there, I had always found one particular thing weird. After all the weird and terrifying things they showed me, there's never a mention of extraterrestrials. That's why everyone thinks these black site facilities are there, but nobody mentioned it. That made me smile a bit when I thought about it, because they had no idea how close they were. The closest thing they had was this weird tentacle creature with a rigid set of teeth in its mouth, almost an eel, but possessed for weird eyes in a ring around its head. You'd think it'd live in the water, but it didn't. That was what threw me off about it. It slithered around the ground in a very swift and very unsettling motion. They said its DNA resembled nothing like anything they've ever seen before, much like RNA, hence the reason they believed. But we're not certain of where it come from. Kevin and I got talking back in his quarters one night as the rest of the crew retired for the evening. He shared with me a bit of his brandy, and we were content to chat as though we're friends late into the night. He tells me about himself and things that he's never mentioned before. He showed me his wife and his son that had been taken from him. Kevin admitted that his son died in a car crash years back, and his wife unfortunately died of cancer years later. It broke my heart to hear that, and I felt sorrow for him some 30 years later. Kevin was in his early 50s, but you'd never know it with the enthusiasm in his voice. It was during the conversation Kevin ended up mentioning something I find interesting. He told me that he believed that if an alien species existed, they're advanced enough to traverse a galactic canopy and reach Earth. Then obviously they're going to be quite intelligent also. He said he didn't believe in any of the Hollywood depictions of doomsday where aliens come to destroy us. He thought they'd be more subtle than that. Think about it. You find some intelligent creatures which present almost no threat to you, and the first thing you're going to do is try and kill it? That'd be a waste, no. And no species that fancies themselves as an advanced being would be so brash. At least I hope they wouldn't. He chuckled slightly and shot me a knowing look mixed with a unique intrigue that glistened in his grey eyes. Even if they thought we were destroying our own planet or something, why do they care? They're trillions of miles away, and there's trillions of other planets in our Milky Way alone. They could pick off any one of them if they wanted resources. I chuckled to myself, almost foreseeing where the conversation's heading. It's not the planets they're after, I replied. Kevin snapped and pointed his finger at me and his face lights up. Exactly. They'd want to study us, learn about us how we do other things. Kevin's hand moves erratically now. They'd probably learn about us, then we'd learn more about ourselves too. I mean, granted, they'd have to be more intelligent. They could learn up close, understand how we work. No need for bloodshed when they could simply, inconspicuously integrate into human culture. They have no doubt mastered the art of altering their biology to disguise themselves. I mean, that's nothing when compared to the tech they use here, you know. He paused from his entranced monologue and wiped off the stream from his glasses. I just sit back, content to let him continue. As I found it fascinating that he could know so much. Aliens, they're not warlords, they're poets, architects, authors, musicians, beings that wish to create. It is the ultimate calling from the entity so powerful. Kevin took a deep breath and revealed his own explanation. His speech had turned a bit slurred. His eyes are somewhat lazily floating. He then met his eyes in a look that I'd never seen him give before. It was as though he seemed to have lost all sense of formality and ready to propose a question which he had long wanted to ask. "You're not really from Russia, are you?" The sudden accusation caught me off guard. I don't know what to say. You had everyone fooled. I mean, I was too for the longest time. You had a suitable backstory, authentic accent, and the alias you gave us checked out. He paused and clasped his hands in front of him. You look so authentic too, but there was one thing you missed. One thing you can't fake. That night your craft was shot down. What were you doing here, Kevin? And I maintained a prolonged lock of eye contact before I finally responded. Well, reconnaissance. And for the first time in decades, I dropped the Russian accent. It was clear that there was no longer any reason to lie to my friend. And what did you see, Kevin? Staring into my eyes. Beauty, poetry, creatures like us. Kevin just stared at me for the longest time, as though he was there weighing my soul in his mind. I wondered what he planned. Eventually he smiled and rose to make his way to the cell door. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a black steel pistol with a long snout. "Mr. Blue, do you want to go home?" I nodded after pausing for a moment. "I hope your allies can forgive us." Without another word, he flashed his security badge on the locks on the doorway. He mentioned for me to rise and follow, so I do. Kevin glanced back and forth down the hallway, but due to the late hour, no one's around. He and I sprinted down the corridor and onwards to one of the security booths. He flashes his badge as I hid out of sight. He entered his room and I heard noises, like a brief scuffle before two bright flashes ended it. Kevin now re-emerges with wild eyes, beckoning to me to follow. He and I dash down the hallway and reach a massive mineshaft elevator soon after. Now finally, for the first time, I enter without a blindfold. Kevin punches in the security code and powers it up. Security system will be down for a good half hour, but automated distress beacons have already been activated, and that gives us about 8 minutes. Kevin drops the clip from his pistol, popping in a fresh one. I see speckles of blood on his eyes. He's in a frenzy state. "Here, take this." He reaches out his hand and held something which I haven't seen in decades. The old radio from my craft. I took it. We meet eyes at the door to the elevator. It was back to running after that, but after a few minutes of it, we reached an underground parking facility. Kevin unlocks a nearby vehicle, and the two of us hopped in as he fires it up. The engine roars to life. Kevin and I accelerate through. A moment later, we exit the facility. God, and I see my first vision of the night sky in over 4 decades. There were men stationed at the perimeter gates attempting to stop us, but he don't even flinch. He crashes right through the fence on the perimeter, causing multiple lights to activate in our wake. I hear sirens now and the silhouettes of people dashing. There's a suit in the back, put it on. I do so, without question, and fit in the snug polyester garment. I covered every square inch of my neck around that thing, and it feels incredibly comfortable. There's a dial on your right side. You can use it to mask your body heat. They're gonna be after you. He tossed a map into my lap and continued barking instructions. "You can contact your friends on that radio, right?" His eyes flashed to me, as he slid onto the main road and away from the compound. Yeah, Kevin nodded. Make your way north. They won't be expecting that. There's a river up there about 30 miles away from the forest. Once you find it, head east until you find a small town. Ask the guy at the post office for Mr. Wyatt. He's a friend of mine who's agreed to help you. He'll take it from there. I tried to digest the flow of information as best as I can to remain confident. It had all happened so suddenly. I stashed you some MREs in that bag. Should last you a good couple of weeks. Kevin then swerved around the corner to reorientate us onto a new dark road. I have an influx of adrenaline. A sudden thought occurred to me. What's gonna happen to you though? Kevin didn't seem to want to acknowledge the question. Forget about it. Just get back to your own people, okay? Behind us is a flurry of lights, suddenly ascending into the night sky. The whirly sound of rotary blades is all I can hear. Ah, I had hoped that I could get you a bit further than this. He suddenly slams on the brakes. My head lurches forward and the car spun back and forth along an icy road. Here, take this too. Handing over the long-barreled pistol. I hesitantly take it. Then our eyes meet for one final time. This is where we say goodbye, Mr. Blue. Why? Why are you doing this for me? Kevin lets out a sigh, staying silent for a moment, and only when the sounds of approaching engines grew louder, he says, You don't belong here. You don't belong in a cage. I don't know where you come from, but I want you to see your loved ones again. I know I can't. His eyes begin to water as he jolted his neck before looking at me one final time. I hope you don't think of us as captors or kidnappers. I hope you see us as you see yourself. I hope you can just understand. A single tear then rolled down his cheeks and I put my hand on his shoulder. I always have, and I always will. Thank you, Kevin. I held out my hand and he grabbed it tight as we shared one final moment before I venture into the blizzard. The journey from then on was long and arduous, with me spending weeks trudging through snow and frozen forests. Hounds, men, machines pursue me for days, but somehow I elude them. The terrain is truly brutal, unrelenting, but eventually I managed to find the river which Kevin has mentioned to me. By this point, all of my pursuers had long gone silent, and I followed the river and found the town, and soon after, the man known as Mr. Wyatt. He was a kind man, gladly inviting me into his house to avoid the agents. It is there that I've been ever since, awaiting Ali's arrival. They were stunned to hear me again, but not as stunned as I was to find out the radio still works. They weren't entirely sure whether they could trust me anymore, but I didn't give them a choice. I threatened to go public and expose them to the world, and they finally agree, but mention it's months before they can reach me. I expect as much, and thankfully Mr. Wyatt allowed me to stay with him and wait for their arrival. I found out soon that my dear friend Kevin, to whom I owe my life and freedom, has been found deceased. The authorities ruled it a suicide, gunshot wounds around the back of the head, but obviously I had my doubts. It truly broke me to learn about one of my true friend's demises, but I knew it was what he expected. I like to think that this is why he chose to do it, and furthermore, it is the reason I'm posting here now. Kevin's legacy deserves to live on, and this is the only way I know how to do it. And with that, we have come full circle to this message you're reading right now, to address the original topic, Area 51 is indeed a reuse. Kevin had a lot of power in his previous role and told me about all the operations. The real prize is FEZ, my former prison, somewhere in Alaska, buried beneath mountains of snow. Kevin was a smart, brilliant man. If you've ever managed to make it this far, then I'd like you to think that you're someone like him, brave, curious, with an almost innate sense of wonder that cannot be satisfied. It is my hope that Kevin's ideas will live on through you. My allies would never approve of the message, but that's not the point. The truth is something that all sentient beings should be allowed to perceive, despite how unpleasant it may be. It was Kevin's belief that the beings he knows as aliens are already there, that instead of murdering humans, as is often portrayed in stories, they would blend in, take keen interest in human culture and society, write books and poetry, in the hopes of connecting to something truly extraordinary. If Kevin is right, then maybe one day you even stumble upon such a story yourself. Maybe you'll think that it's nothing more than a work of fiction either. Maybe the author said theoretical story would seem like nothing more than your run-of-the-mill internet user. He probably wouldn't come right out and say it, because that would be entirely too corny. He would probably just leave you the pieces and hope you can put them together. Maybe you are truly like Kevin, drawn to mystery and prepared to entertain the fantastic. Maybe you'll dismiss the implications of the words before you because you don't dare believe in something so outlandish. Because in the end, truth is not the problem, belief is. Maybe someone will understand who, or more importantly, what I really am. Maybe it will be you. Either way, I've been away for a very long time. It's time for me to go home now. Thank you, Kevin. I will always uphold our agreement. When I was 14 years old, me and my brother, who's 11 years, visited my grandma's house in the summer. On the third day, we were playing some games with our friends until around 6 o'clock, and we went to the grandma's house to take snacks, but there was no one in the house. We took some snacks though from the fridge and started playing cricket with an exam pad and a plastic ball. My brother stopped playing and stared at the window for like 7 seconds. I asked him what's wrong and he said nothing. And we start playing again for some time. My brother then stopped the game again and starts crying and said to me to look at the window, but I don't see anybody. And he starts crying even more loudly, saying that there's somebody looking at us from outside the window. I go and look but can't actually see anything, but he was still trembling with fear. I look at the window once again, though this time with more focus, and I can see a black head or something. I don't know what it is, right at the corner of the window, and it's staring at us, and then slowly hid by moving from the right side out of view, and I can see that it's definitely a person, or at least the shape of somebody, but impossibly black, almost like the kind where no light can escape whatsoever. Now at this exact moment, there's suddenly the sound of a plate falling from our kitchen, which doesn't make sense. Nobody's there. Out of fear, I grab his hand and we run to the room, and then wait for about 30 minutes there. I can see the window from outside, and there's nothing there. My brother slowly stops crying and I say to him, "What did you see there?" And he said he saw a very dark hand grabbing the bottom window, waiting for somebody there, clearly. We then wait for our grandma to return and we told her the story and she thinks it's a cat and quickly dismisses us. But I know what I saw. Now, my husband and I were camping in the Badlands National Park one October a few years ago. The entire park was nearly abandoned since peak camping season had ended, but we were fine with that. It felt secluded and exciting to us. Now, if you haven't been there, Google a picture and you'll see it's breathtaking. Now, there's no towns to speak of, only a small village nearby where there's a school, a church and a few other shops and hotels for tourists. Now during the night time it would get dark, so you can't really see your hand in front of your face, that dark. The first and only night we stayed there, my husband and I met the ranger on duty who warned us that it's only going to be us staying there that night, and apparently the ranger's cabin was far from where the site we are, so if we run into trouble it might be some time before they can get to us. But we're both experienced campers, so this news didn't really worry us at all. It just made the prospect more exciting, I guess, being alone in such a beautiful place. After we set the tent up and cooked our dinner, we decided to get set up inside the tent since we're coming off a long day of driving and are pretty exhausted. We walked for a while before I heard a heavy, regulated breathing that told me I was the last one awake, and I noticed how profoundly quiet it is outside. We lived in Chicago at the time, so I should have thought this silence would be a welcome change, but it didn't really change anything, just unnerves me deeply. A few hours later, I'm jolted awake, only to feel the alert of my husband standing up next to me. He was listening to something. Almost immediately I heard what must have awoken me, the frenzied beating of like 100 drums. We held our breath as we listened for what felt like hours, but it never wavered, never lessened. In fact, it got louder and louder. Eventually we both laid down and tried to fall asleep, but neither of us could. We left at the first light the next morning. As we left the park, the ranger asks if we had any trouble. The ranger actually comments that it doesn't look like we've had any sleep. We both look at each other before deciding to say what we heard. The ranger stops for a moment before saying, "Oh, just have a safe journey back." On the way home, I looked up the history of the Badlands and found out about the ghost dance. It was apparently to reunite the living with the dead and rid the lands of the homesteaders who had taken it from them. We didn't know much about what we heard that night, but we definitely felt that it was something paranormal and truly something bizarre that we experienced. Now this happened a few months ago and has been bugging me. I was out hiking and rappelling with a friend in the hills near Tombstone. I want to mention that I've spent quite a bit of time solo hiking and camping. I am used to hearing noises and brushing it off. Anyway, it's late afternoon and I'm the first one to rappel down. I got to the bottom and while my partner was getting ready to follow me, we heard a noise that I would only describe as a growl or snarl. It sounded like it was coming from the ridge above us. It was facing the cliff and sounded like it's coming from the right hand side. We both looked around and can't see anything. I encourage him to come down and even half joke that it's probably a bear or mountain lion. At that point, I wasn't even feeling that nervous. I figured that once the two of us are together again, we would be pretty intimidating to an animal. While he rappels down, I then hear a loud crash to what seems to be parallel to my left. At this point, I start getting really scared because it was getting closer and closer, and also somehow gone from right to left on an exposed cliff without either of us seeing what it was. He successfully rappelled down, and we both agree that we need to get out of there, and we still had a steep downhill climb to the car. We pack up the gear as quick as possible, and as we get our packs back on, we heard what sounded like a howler monkey. The noise was close and we could not see anything to have been making it. Of course it was from the direction that we needed to go, so we hauled down the mountain and got into the car. I know that it can be easy to let the mind play tricks, but we had the exact same account of what happened. Now this is a part I hesitate to put into writing because I know it sounds more insane, but we heard giggling and whispering next to us. Both of us heard this. I keep trying to explain to myself that our minds just played a trick. The first noise I would chalk up to a bear or mountain lion. Animals are stealthy and could run out in front of us, but we would notice. Well, maybe somebody had fell, but surely we would have seen it, so I don't really know what to think of this. Okay, so I live on the west coast of BC in Canada, about midway up the coast. So I was driving my girlfriend back to her grandma's house 2 towns over from mine, about a 2.5-hour drive on the highways. I had driven her home and spent most of the day visiting her. This town she's from is right on the coast. It's a port city. Not super important, but I want to point out that I spent the day there, and I was getting ready to drive back home. About 25 to 30 minutes into the drive, I'm on the highway that runs parallel to the mouth of the river on one side, and the CN tracks are on the other, so it goes to my left, and then the road that I'm on. And it's kind of like a mini channel where the river ends. So I'm driving, and it's getting dark, but I'm not so tired or drowsy at all. There's a few rest stops along the way on the right, on the riverbank. I need to urinate, so I start slowing down at the first sight of one, and something scurries across the road. And that's almost all that happened. It was 4-legged, and at least from what I saw, like a bear, somehow a bit different. It was black, like black, like unnaturally. No texture or anything, just void of light or colour. And it ran out of the bush, over the rails, and I was going slow enough that the wind and noisy highway was gone and I heard it. It sounded like a metal tapping as it ran over the ballast and rail. Then, almost like the sound of if you took a rod or rebar and stabbed it into the ground, then metal again as it ran in front of me. Its body was shaped like how people described a UFO, almost a flat disc shape, like an overstretched oval thing. Now it had no features, no eyes, no face, no mouth, that I could see at least. It ran across the road, limbs stretched out as it ran. Then it ran into the rest area, over the bank, and I'm guessing to the river. I kept driving, and I didn't urinate until 2 hours later after getting home. I tried to search up this thing online, but I've never had any luck. If anybody could help me, I'd appreciate it. And this thing was big, honestly. It was kind of like the size of a VW Beetle, big and fast. Now my girlfriend says that it may have been a ghost or skinwalker, but I've never heard of any of these around here. Maybe a Wendigo, but I'm not too sure. Now, as far as I can find, the most reasonable answer is that it's either a cryptid or something of that nature that hasn't been documented before, or maybe even an alien drone type thing. I'm pretty skeptical about it, but I really don't know what this could have possibly been. Now, I was with 2 friends in my truck. I was driving and it was dark, but not necessarily late. Probably about 10 PM, we were traveling to Page, Arizona / Lake Powell from Durango, CO, to pass through to Catania, Arizona, part of the Navajo reservation. I had been to the Catania before, several years prior, with a friend of mine who grew up there. We spent the entire day just having a good time with his people, but as soon as the sun starts to drop, his mother and grandmother are insisting that we get off the res before dark. So it had a reputation as being weird, but lots of reservations do at night. Flash forward to me and my friends in the truck. Now we're on a long straight road with 2 lanes with classic red desert on both sides in daylight. There's another vehicle coming the opposite way and no crossroad in that area. There's another vehicle coming, and this is important because right before we go to pass each other, What I can only describe as a metallic thing went streaking right between us at a perpendicular angle, like literally feet away from our bumpers. It looked to be about the size of an SUV with no lights or any kind of discernible shape, but it seemed smooth. It's a weird comparison, but like a speeding bullet in Mario Kart. All three of us saw it, and I think the other people did too, because they hit on their brakes hard. It kind of disappears out of view, and none of us know what it could have been. I work part-time as a park ranger, meaning that I'm called out whenever they need me, and sometimes I'll just back up the main force. I'm also not in the United States of America, so there might be some differences. I don't really know much about your guys' park rangers, but hopefully you still enjoy my story. Now, being out in the forest was something that I often enjoyed, but it could get incredibly cold where I live. You didn't always have to go far to find snow in my country. Whether that means it's summer or winter, there was always snow at least somewhere, regardless if you had to go higher up the north to find it. Now, where I was stationed, it was often snowy, but I didn't have any problem with that. It just meant that my normal was kind of being in the snowy conditions, but that wasn't really an issue. So I've really enjoyed this career, and it's something that I was doing while studying simultaneously. I found that it gave me quite a nice balance, and it was kind of like an adventure getting called out to go out into the forest and often search for people or just investigate things, and I found it really cool. I was never too worried because they would know where I was going and what I was doing, so the chances of myself becoming lost were pretty low. I remember that I got a call that I had to go out and search for a particular person that apparently wandered off the trail. So I head out. It's not really too dark at this point, it's just kind of nice outside, I guess, where there was a bit of a wind chill but nothing too bad. I know we can get some incredibly annoying ones where you actually don't want your face to be near anything, but this one wasn't bad at all. The good thing I found too is when looking for these lost people, they often didn't go far off the trail, and because we're blessed with snow, it meant I could just trace footprints, and that's what I was doing. I probably searched for about a good 40 minutes, and I find some steps and I follow them. The steps just look like somebody wandering off the trail, and God knows why somebody would have went here. It meant that you had to duck down literally every 2 or 3 minutes to avoid getting a face full of snow from the low-hanging branches, but each to their own, I would guess. Now I eventually find somebody up ahead, and I can see them just wandering with some red coat on. I call out hello, and they don't reply. I call out hello again, and they still don't stop. And I wasn't actually meant to do this, but I actually just grab a snowball and lob it at them. Now it hits them and they finally turn around, and they seem to be very surprised to see someone. I say, "Hey, what are you doing? You're miles off the path, we're looking for you." They then motion with their hands to wait a minute, and I'm a little confused. I don't know why they've been ignoring me too. I genuinely consider that maybe they can't hear me whatsoever and they can't hear and they've just got lost or something. But they take off some headphones. They say, "What?" I shout, "Hey, we've been searching for you. You know the park closed a few hours ago." And they say, "Really?" I say, "Yeah." I say, "Where were you going?" And they say that they were following the trail. I then explain to them that they shouldn't really go off the trail and how incredibly dangerous it is, and eventually they come back with me. Now this person says that they don't know why, they just had the urge to keep going, and I say that it's incredibly dangerous, but I do think this is quite bizarre. They're basically completely fine and decided to go off on their own little adventure, but I was just relieved to find the person and we both walked back together. Now we come up to a small bridge, and I go across it first because they say they're a little worried. I kind of danced across to show that it was safe, and I turn back and they're gone. I can't believe it. I think, God, are you joking? I've just rescued this person and now they've gone off again. Almost like if you found a dog that's your own and it's ran off and you have to rescue it, then it runs off immediately after. I wasn't too annoyed because there was still quite a lot of daylight, so I just head back and call out hey, and then I can find them. They're hiding behind a tree almost, grip into it, scared to go across the bridge. Now a little annoyed, I say come on, we have to go. Just trust me, and I hold their arm and we make it across the bridge. After about another 20 minutes or so of walking, we eventually make it back to the main station and I get them in and warm again. My colleagues just thanks me for my service and I say no, it's my pleasure, and I go about the rest of my day. Now the next day we get a call out again. This time it was only for myself, as the other person that did this part-time couldn't get out of their work, so I was on my own. Now, apparently there was an area that I needed to go and check out because people have been reporting hearing some strange sounds and seeing some weird activities along the lines of a group of people going out here, then not seeming to come back again. We were definite that they weren't hikers, and this was only off of word of mouth from other hikers that have noticed this, but it seemed pretty weird. Now no, I'm not one of them people that's going to throw myself into really dangerous situations, and I knew if something was up, or if they come for me, I definitely wasn't sticking around, and I wasn't going to force much of anything other than my own running away. Now, when I set off, things are pretty nice. It's actually a little colder than the previous day, which I didn't have too much of an issue with. So, I set off into the snow. Now this time you can actually see lots and lots of footsteps, and I have a general area that I'm following. Now you could see that there was lots of other hikers here, but this was an issue for me, because now it means that I haven't really got any footsteps to follow. I presumed that I was going to run into a group of people that were camping out here or doing something stupid in a hot tent they weren't supposed to, so I just continue on. Now this isn't what you guys say as a national park, but it was a protected forest, so I was pretty mindful of the fact that there shouldn't be too many people camping here. I eventually make it up to another small bridge where I can't see any footsteps other than the ones that I'm creating. I got up some steps and realised that this is a little bit bizarre because I haven't seen this before. I'm not really too worried about it right now though, so I just keep on going. I eventually come up to almost the boundary of the area that I'm supposed to search, and I do see the traces of something. There seems to be something which is darker colour up ahead a few trees, but there's no footsteps and I can't really see much of anything there. I realise that there's definitely a structure I haven't seen before, and I'm pretty convinced that I'm looking at a tent here. I wade my way through the snow and I actually go off of the path a bit further now. You can tell nobody ever really goes up here, it's very far, and there's not much to see here. The snow picks up a bit now and it kind of reduces my visibility, and it means that I'm not going to really see much of this thing until I'm pretty much on top of it, but that's fine. I keep on going, and eventually I'm just about within sight of this thing, and that's the first bizarre thing. It's quite large. It's almost like a large wooden structure, but it's something that is not on my map and something that I haven't seen before. I decide that I should go and investigate it, and I'm pretty convinced this is something that the old timers used to use, long before I was born or even my parents. I can't really see much of this thing, but it's almost like a weird effect where the closer I get, the larger it seems to become. Not in the sense of perspective change, but impossibly. It almost looks like a two-story wooden structure, but with no windows, just a door. This is pretty bizarre. I get very close to it and put my hand on it just to make sure it's real. I notice suddenly that things are weirdly quiet, but that's fine. Where I am, there's not many animals or insects, of course, so this is kind of normal. And I make my way around one side of it. I realise that this shouldn't be here, and I go to flick on my radio and report it in, but what do you know, radio's not working. It's no worries though, I just flip in another battery and I report in what I'm seeing. They ask me for my coordinates, but I can't seem to get anything up on the GPS. It's quite weird. It's almost like when I went into this kind of valley section of the park, or forest, whatever, that I seem to lose pretty much all reception. This isn't an issue though, and I just take a few steps back. I decide the best thing to do now is try and get an vantage point. I'm not going to go up a tree because I can't climb, though it seems like it might be a good option because I have to hike a bit of a way up a hill. I'm not sure whether there's more of these things, and it is a really entirely bizarre new experience for me, so I start to make my way up the hill. I don't see any hikers or anybody around, so after eventually getting up there and surveying, I realise that this thing seems to have just been put there out of nowhere, which is pretty bizarre. One of my colleagues reassures me, saying that yeah, there's probably things that weren't mapped out too well and not to worry. But I don't know, I have a weird feeling about this. After standing on top of my hill, I eventually come back down again and decide that I'm going to investigate the structure. No, I'm not feeling fear or anything, but weirdly I do seem to notice new footsteps that are somewhat different from my own. Now they aren't like normal footsteps, so it's almost like trailing along, but with breaks in the trails, if that makes sense. It's going to sound like a weird explanation, but it's almost like an animal's been skiing around here, but I know it's not that. I know the area well, and it's definitely no animal that I'm aware of, so I'm pretty sure people have caused that. I'm a little bit concerned because they seem like relatively fresh tracks, probably a couple of minutes newer than my own, but that's fine. I reassure myself, yeah, it's just an animal like a rabbit, and maybe it's just getting hunted or chased, and I decide to go towards the door. I give some knocks on the door and quickly stand back, expecting some people to jump out and capture me, but nothing happens. I'm not really sure what to do now. I decide to walk off and just sit in the snow close to a tree for a couple of minutes and just wait and see what happens. I don't know why, but that seems to be the best thing that I can do in this moment. Just to hold off and just be nice and quiet and figure out what's actually happening. I drink some water from my canteen, and I'm almost tempted to light up a cigarette, but I know that's quite a stupid idea. I can suddenly feel my nerves coming on a bit stronger now, and that's actually what I decided to do. It's kind of out of character for me, and I don't really smoke much too. It's just my friend giving me a couple from when we had a night out not long ago, and I thought it might be a relaxing thing to do if ever I was walking through here. But I don't know, it didn't do much to calm my nerves. I decided that I should investigate, and I don't know why, I kind of felt like drawn to this thing. Now, while I get up and start walking, I have a moment where I suddenly go dizzy, and for a few seconds, I seem to have a change of scenery. It's like I'm watching myself walk on a different path, kind of like from bird's eye view, which is really bizarre. I suddenly snap out of it after a couple of minutes, and I presume that the cigarette rush has got to my head. After not long, I'm now face to face with the door, and I knock on it one more time, and there's nothing. The door also doesn't have windows, which is odd, but I have a little headlamp thing I can tie onto my beanie, and I do that. I put the light on, and I open the door. Weirdly, it wasn't locked, which I think is pretty bizarre, but when I open this place, there are some lights on. I don't actually need the headlamp, but it's bizarre, it's very barren. It's almost like a very large room with not much in the middle other than a table and a phone. I call out hello again and I don't hear anybody. I think maybe this is an old station and I'm not actually that worried, realising it's our own thing. I stand in here for a couple of minutes just trying to take it all in, and there's a strange smell. It almost smells like meat that's gone off for a day or two, but not exactly the same, and kind of just like really old wood. Now, my ears start ringing. I jump as I realise that the phone's ringing. I also notice that the phone seems very old. It's one of those that you have to kind of wind and dial up, but I've never really seen one in person before, and I think this is pretty odd. Not knowing what to do, I just stand there and wait for it to stop ringing. it doesn't. It goes on for a good 2 or 3 minutes, and I decide that, well, I should probably answer it, thinking maybe it is one of our stations and they've seen me go in here. I go and answer the phone and say hello. There's no reply, and nobody says anything for a good couple of seconds, and then I slowly hear a voice saying, "I know what you're doing. Run." I then say hello. "No, this is one of the workers on duty. What are you talking about?" And the line goes down. Realizing that something's definitely off now, I put the phone down and my vision goes a bit blurry. I realize now that my hands are shaking, and I slowly turn around and walk out of that thing. I then start walking back the way that I've come, almost frozen in fear of what's just happened. I walk up to the hill where I was before, and I lay down now. I put my hands on my head and I just lay there for a couple of moments. That's when I hear voices. Now, they weren't too close to where I was, but I can definitely hear people talking. It sounds like a group of people somewhere much further away from where I am. And with that, I slowly get up. I look in all possible directions, but I can't see anyone. I do realise that I need to get out of here now, and I start walking very quickly through the snow, uphill. I make my way downhill and eventually back onto another path that we use just for staff members now. I quickly get onto the radio, finally get my senses back, and I very quietly say what's happened and that something's definitely off. They keep asking me for my position, but because of my fear and my handshake, and I'm really struggling to operate the GPS, and I'm really struggling to get a signal at that. I can kind of get one bar, but nothing's actually registering correctly, so I realise that I'm going to have to hike most of the way back now. Thankfully, they offered to stay on the line with me and reassure me that things are going to be fine and not to worry, that it's probably just an old cabin that we used to use and forgot about. But I keep telling them who spoke to me on the phone, and they're saying nobody. Why would we call you on a telephone when we've actually got radios? And that's when I realised something was seriously off about this situation. Now, I eventually make it back to civilization and where my ranger buddies are, and I hug them. They take me inside and get me warmed up. I then report everything that happened and tell them that I want to report this to the police and that something's way off. Now, they didn't take it too seriously at first, then they just said, "Oh, you've probably just gone out too far and got slow blindness and just imagined it." But I tell them I know what I saw, and I know my radio wasn't working correctly, and my GPS at one point. Eventually they do call out the police and they come, and I have to go to the station with them and report what I've seen. They say not to worry and that they're going to investigate it further, and some of the other rangers also went out to investigate it. But this is the craziest thing that I don't understand. Nobody could ever find that thing. Apparently they went to the exact area where that I saw this, and all they could see is a clearing, and weirdly, parts of snow that had nothing there, exactly where a building should have been, but no building. They actually accused me of clearing it to make up my own story to try and get attention, of which actually made me really angry. But I just can't understand that. They found nothing, not a trace of the building that I saw, or any signs of people. Only my own footsteps leading up to the area that was still in the snow, then coming back another way. I didn't know what to think of the whole experience. I still don't now. I just hope that by sharing my story, I somehow get some kind of therapy from this and kind of closure, but I still don't know what to make of it. I don't know who spoke to me on that phone that day or why, and I don't think I want to. I'd probably spent too long out in the woods because I become incredibly comfortable out there. Every so often, I'd hear or see something that I couldn't explain, but it never really unsettled me. Now, I really had a knack for being out in the winter. I don't know why, I just really liked it. There was something about being out and the added silence that really was something I found peaceful. What made it all the better was the fact that I had a beautiful house that my family owned that was surrounded by miles and miles of forests. Now this house was quite some ways up a hill, and it was somewhere that I loved going to. It wasn't necessarily modern, and you actually had to use a stove fire, I think that's what you call it, to stay warm. We'd even use candles sometimes to stay warm up there. Now, I remembered when I was a bit younger something weird that happened. Now, I'm gonna have to tell you this from my dad's perspective because I don't really remember it clear enough, but this is what my dad said happened. So we're staying up there during one winter, just because the place is so beautiful, and to try and have a nice family holiday. I was working really hard at the time and I needed the break and clearness, so we headed up there. The first couple of days were absolutely beautiful, and it gets to Christmas Eve. We have all of the presents set up and a really nice Christmas tree, and this is a real one, not like the modern ones. We even have the fire going and it's really peaceful. My two kids at the time were really excited to see Santa Claus. There's my son and my daughter. Now, my daughter was a little bit younger but still believed in Santa, even does partly to this day. Well, that's a lot more than my son, which is why my story gets a bit weird. So, we put the kids in bed and it's just me and my wife laying there happy. Now, suddenly, my son runs in the room saying, Daddy, I saw Santa Claus out the window. Now, obviously realising something's completely wrong, I get up. I realise that my son's not just going to make this up, and I kind of panic a little. I run out to the window and I don't see anything. He says, look, Santa's gone off running. I open the window and put my head out and ask my son to show me where. I quickly close it and grab my son and run out the front. And, what do you know? There's a silhouette of somebody running off in the distance into the tree line. I scream out, hey, but they don't respond. They seem absolutely panicked and maybe injured. They were running a little weird. From what I can make out, they're very old and have quite a long beard, and there's not much else I can see. But this definitely wasn't Santa Claus. I chased off after them as quick as I could, but they must have really took off because I never saw them again. I wasn't stupid enough to get lost in the woods trying to track this person down, but I realised something's really off. I eventually go back to my worried wife and son and I tell them not to worry about anything. I then say, oh, Santa's come too early, almost like a joke trying to get my son to calm down, but it actually works. The daughter was also a bit upset but much happier after realising this. In their minds, I just chased off Santa and I was a monster, but in my own, I knew what happened. I asked my son to describe what happened and he said he was laying there half asleep in bed when he opened his eyes and saw Santa Claus staring at him through the window. I said how long was he there, and he said he doesn't know, but it must have been a while because he felt like somebody was there for quite some time. Apparently, he thought that maybe Santa was near and decided to pretend he was asleep for a good 10 minutes, just in case Santa was actually there about to deliver presents. Yeah, you can imagine how that made me feel, and I called the authorities, but unfortunately they didn't find anybody. So yeah, that was my dad's story, and now I find it as creepy as heck. From my perspective, it is literally just me waiting to see Santa, but looking back on it now, it really makes me feel sick. I hate the fact that things like this happen. I still have no idea who that person is, and honestly, sometimes when I'm out there on my own, I hope I find them just so I can give them a good beating, but I'll never know who it was, but it still freaks me out. Nothing too similar to that's actually happened since, and I'm quite grateful for that. Other than that, I had a really good childhood. Now, there's one other pretty creepy thing that I know that happened from when I was a bit younger, also related to this. Now, I had a friend who I'll just call Jack for the sake of this, who was my best friend at the time. Near Jack's house and not too far from the house that we had, there was a really nice wooded area. This was kind of secluded away from everything, and I don't know, it just had a certain vibe to it and we had lots of fun there. One of our favourite things that we could do was climb up a really big old tree. I remembered we'd do it sometimes if we heard other people, just because we didn't want them to intrude on us and make us jump, or I don't know, we were just kids so we were a little bit worried. Now, earlier in the day, we'd been doing some stupid things. We'd been stealing some firewood off somebody's front drive. Now, when we'd run up on the driveway, one of us would keep lookout and the other would go and grab the logs. I don't know why we did it, we literally had no use for these things, but I guess it's just a thing to do at the time. Now, we didn't actually like the people who lived here, mind you, because every time we'd play games outside, they would get really angry. I remembered one time we were playing catch or something and the ball went into this person's yard, and this old man comes out, grabs it and literally doesn't give it back again. I mean, we're literally kids having fun and he can't stand it. Like he had nothing better to do other than this. Well, hey, now was time for our payback. Now, after getting as much wood as we could pretty much handle without making it too obvious that we'd taken them, we head back to the tree. Now, we played a few games until we heard a voice screaming. They were calling out, "Hey, hey, I know you're up there. Hey." So, what did we do? We panicked. I ran behind the big tree and immediately began climbing, but my friend Jack, he wasn't really a good climber and he needed all the help he could get. He started climbing up the tree and actually got a cut on his leg and started to panic, and I had to go down to rescue him. Eventually he was okay and decided to keep going higher. I told him not to and that it's a bad idea, but he didn't listen. I was in quite a good point, just out of sight where I could peer around the tree and see what was happening up ahead. Now, there wasn't too much happening up ahead at first, so I actually grew relatively relaxed at this. Now, not too much longer later, we can hear the voice, but much louder. They say, "Hey, I know you're here. What are you doing?" For this voice sounded different. It sounded far too deep. I also saw a couple of flashlights. It was now getting a bit dark, and I thought, God, I'm really in trouble now, and I really hope that my parents don't find out. Yeah, it wouldn't have been the best if my dad had found out, because he actually warned me about playing out here, so I wasn't looking forward to potential consequences, and at the same time, I was willing to do everything I could to try and minimize the risk of getting that whooping off my dad. So I'm playing it safe. Now, they ended up coming literally to the base of the tree. One of them whacks on the base of it, saying, "Come on, we know you're out here." And my heart falls through my chest. All they have to do is look up just a little bit and they're gonna see me, and I can now see that it's a group of angry adults, until eventually they make their way. Now, we stayed up this tree for God knows how long, and I didn't make any communication with my friend. I knew it was a bad idea because it's gonna be obvious that we're talking, and I didn't know if these people were waiting for us. I was 100% certain it was the people annoyed about us taking their wood. Also, when they left, I could see them carrying things which I'm pretty certain was a firewood, but I thought, well, at least I avoided my dad. But the problem is now that it's growing very late, and I'm gonna get in much more trouble if I'm not home in time. I knew the best bet now was to say that I was gonna stay at my friend Jack's house. Now, this is something I've done a few times before and that I actually really enjoyed during sleepovers, but today I didn't really want to have to do that if I didn't have to, but it was looking that way. Now, eventually I say, "Jack, Jack," and I don't hear a reply, so I realise that something's off now. I say, "Jack, come on, where are you?" And I look up the tree and I realise that he's gone. Thinking, how could this guy have possibly gone further? I start climbing higher and higher until I realise that he's not there. I think, God, did he get captured? In my mind, this is the last I'm ever going to see of my friend, and I actually feel a little bit scared, and this is the first true panic set in. I eventually make my way down, and I actually hurt myself getting off the tree. I didn't judge the fall very well, and my god, I don't know how I didn't break my legs. I was quite frustrated at myself for losing my friend, and I knew I had to look for him. Now, I sat down, and it's very dark. I take one step and I hear a loud sound, which immediately I realise is a frog, and I calm down a bit. I realise just how jumpy I am now, and how unsettling everything's making me. It was getting a little bit cold too, and I wasn't really dressed too well for the weather. Now I start making my way in a new direction that I haven't been before. This is through the very high grass. Now, I make it quite a long way along here saying, Jack, where are you? Jack, I need you now. We have to go. Now the last thing that I wanted to do was go out of here without my friend, but I really don't feel like I have much of an option now. I think, God, why couldn't we have just done something normal, and kind of cussed myself out for a bit. I continue walking, wading further and further through this tall grassy stuff until eventually I hear someone whistle. I drop down really quickly and turn back to see what it is. Now, initially I see somebody waving, but because of the fear, I can't really see clear and it takes a second for my eyes to adjust. Then I realise it's Jack, in the tree. He says, hey, it's clear. I say, Jack, for God's sake, how did you go up there? I was just there. And he said, hey, look, I come down, just come back quick. Don't move another inch forward. And I don't. I then start coming back the way that I went, and I realise that it's quite soggy ground around here. Now, I didn't realise how much ground I'd covered because it takes me quite a long time to end up catching up with my friend again. He says, hey, come here. No, seriously. And I kind of think that I'm in danger again, so I start up the tree. I eventually make it to where my friend is, and I say, where did you go? And he says that he couldn't hear from me, and he was worried that they had done something and couldn't spot me where I was, so he climbed down as quietly as he could and searched the area, then come back again. I tell him my perspective, and he says, I don't know how we didn't see each other, and I agree. He then says, look, I need you to come up here. I'm a little hesitant because I don't want to climb up the tree anymore because it looks dangerous, but he offers to go down, giving me enough space to get up there appropriately and safely. I do that, and eventually make it to almost at the top. As I do so, a large part of the tree falls down and makes a really loud sound, and I'm clung there. I don't want to move any further up now because it's not stable, so instead, I just look around. Now, I then see what my friend was pointing to from further down. Just up to the edge of where the grass is, there's a huge drop. Now, this is almost a cliff like I've never seen before. It's just pure blackness down the edge. I let out a large gasp and say, how did we not see that before? And Jack then tells me that I was literally only probably 2 steps away from going off the edge into the water below. Now, I know for a fact that I would have died or would have really seriously hurt myself and probably fell unconscious had I have kept on going any further. What really creeps me out about that situation is just a feeling of realization that I was 1 step away from being really hurt, but honestly having no idea about the danger that I was in. I was really mad at myself, like honestly. But eventually we both make it down again safely, and we decided to go and check how much of the wood they've actually taken back. Jack and I then half joke about actually taking it back again, but we decided to leave it for another time. Now weirdly, we get to the exact spot where the wood should be and it does look different. We have a look around until eventually we find the pile. Now weirdly it was exactly where we'd left it before, but also there was an old busted out computer now next to it. You could see that somebody really had a go at it with a hammer, which we thought was pretty bizarre. We then realised that this is probably what the group of guys were after that we saw earlier, and we suddenly realised that it wasn't the old person that we didn't like or his friend trying to get the wood back, and that gave us chills. Now we're so unsettled by the realisation of this that we actually decided to put the wood back where it was, just so I don't know, everything is as it seemed before. We kind of want to remove our traces and steps of ever being there, but we realise that it's not really possible. But we still do it anyway. We didn't really say many words and just gave our goodbyes, and I started the long walk home then. I actually lived on the other side of town where we are, and it took quite a while to walk back. And I can tell you that that walk back was one of the most scary of my life. I was constantly looking around, half expecting them to find me again, and I was actually planning escape routes in case that happened. There was two ways that I could go back. One was through a main road and the other was near a big hill, and I decided to go through the big hill. It's just a bit more of a stealthy option and it just made me feel safer, and safety is really important at this time. I eventually made my way back home and I get berated off my parents for coming home so late. I say I'm really sorry and that I was going to sleep over at Jack's house, but I forgot our number to inform my mum and dad, and I got banned from going out to sleepovers or going to see Jack for a number of months, and that was quite frustrating. But I guess it was kind of the best situation out of what had happened, because I don't know who those guys were out there, or what they were doing with the computer, or who they were looking for, but the whole situation just seems messed up. I'm just glad, like really glad, that I didn't fall. And another side note thinking of it is, if I had fell not expecting to fall, I probably would have especially got hurt because I wouldn't have been able to brace myself whatsoever. You know, if something falls on you and you don't see it, it hurts so much more? Yeah, just like that. Now, those are probably the most creepy experiences that I had during my childhood. Now, I have to bring you to one much closer. Now, this happened around 2 years ago, and it's something that I still think about to this day. Now, there's a few different cave systems near where this house is, and they're ones that I often didn't explore. Now, there's obviously good reasons for this because it can be incredibly dangerous, but I don't know, it can kind of be enticing sometimes. And one time that I was staying up at the house on my own, I decided to go and investigate. Now, it was my fault for not having enough of a structure and kind of losing focus on what was actually important in life, and I thought, hey, why don't I go and explore a cave that I know is kind of creepy and might be an interesting thing and give me something to talk about. And yeah, I got those things, but not how I wanted. So I set off one morning. It was pretty cold out and there was actually snow everywhere still at this point. Now, that wasn't too much of an issue, and I actually had some snowshoes designed just for this. Now, they were still a little wet from the previous day, but that doesn't matter. There was lots of different kinds of trees and shrubs around me, and there was kind of a few natural paths and breaks in the trees. Now, there wasn't any snow falling currently when I set off, which is a good thing, and everything is silent, and that's just how I like it. Now, I don't have to get too far until I'm just to where the cave should be, and what do you know, bingo, I find it. Now, this cave is basically a big hole in the ground, which I guess most of them are, but there's not kind of like a doorway. There are some rocks which kind of separate it into 3 sections, and I decided to gauge how deep it is. I grab a rock and throw it in, and I don't hear it at first. I realise that it's a pretty deep one, but there's pretty good ways to get down the sides of it, which I actually follow. Now, this cave is quite a lot warmer than outside, and I kind of realise why the cavemen like caves. I had done some caving before, so I wasn't too worried about setting off now. I also had my torch attached to my head, and a few spare ones, which are really important for when you're doing anything like this. When I went in, I thought I was going to find all kinds of cool things, but there wasn't really too much to see at first. Now, I knew this cave wasn't supposed to be too deep, and I liked that. I go to one area, and I can see some really beautiful rock formations which are coming up and dripping down from the ceiling, which I found really nice. Now, there were actually some spiders that I saw, and I really don't like them, so I decided to continue on. I'm not going to go too far because obviously I'm on my own and I don't want to get lost in here. Now that's one of the stupid things that I'd done, was I didn't inform anybody of what I was doing. I remembered that at one point there was a very strong and sudden wind chill, which I thought was really odd. I hadn't felt anything like it, and I don't know why it just come on so suddenly. Now this was really cold, like noticeably colder than the surrounding parts, which I thought was bizarre. Now I continue on anyway, and I come up to an area where I see something odd. There's a chain swinging on its own. I don't know what this chain is or why it's there, but it's almost self-powered. I wondered whether it was actually a machine or something that somebody had left in there, because I knew nobody else was there but me. I do a quick hey, hello, and I don't hear anything. I think this is pretty bizarre, and I call out again, almost convinced that there should be somebody out there other than me, but no, there's no one. Again, I think this is rather bizarre, and I continue on. I'm almost at my endpoint now, and I don't want to go much further, and I basically avoided the chain, thinking that it's something that could be explained. Now at the time, it didn't hit me how creepy that was, and how bizarre it was that that was left in there. I just thought some other hiker had been in there, or explorer like me, and just left some of their equipment there swinging, and I thought maybe it was somehow motorized. I guess I just wasn't thinking. Now, eventually I hear a whipping sound, and I hear that it's coming from behind me. I turn around again and realise that it's from that chain that I heard before. I'm now convinced someone's in here with me, and I realise that they may need help. I then turn around and go to where the chain is, and it's still swinging like before. I then go up to it, and weirdly, I can see that there's nothing to make it swing. I hold it for a second and let go, and it suddenly stops. Now at this point it wasn't swinging so fast, but I was almost certain that it shouldn't be moving like this, and I'm looking for someone who might be in danger or need help. I call out hey, and again I'm just met with echoes. I use my other torch now so I can see a bit better, but there's still no one. Annoyingly too, I actually cut parts of my head on one of the things hanging down from the rock formation above me. It's not a big cut, but it's annoying because I'm worried it's going to turn septic. I then decide that now is probably a good time to get out of here and start heading back, when I hear something. It almost sounds like a low growl, but it's only for a second, and I can't be too certain at what I'm hearing. I think this is pretty weird, and I think maybe there's an animal that's got lost in here. Ah yes, that would make perfect sense. An animal's probably come and brushed it, and I've just been in here creeping myself out. And I decide to continue. I think that I'm getting out here and I don't have any time for it. But then I hear the sound again, though this time it sounds more like a moaning. Now, I'm not entirely convinced that what I'm actually hearing, it kind of sounds like an animal, but it kind of sounds like a person too, so it's pretty hard to figure out what this is. I'm trying to figure out where this sound is coming from, but it's really hard to approximate because of the echoes, until eventually it grows a bit louder and I know where it is. It's somewhere in the inky blackness, not much further ahead. Now I've got to figure out what this is. The curiosity was kind of killing me now, and I take my first few steps towards it. Now the first I noticed of it is when a shadow was cast from my torch. I can see the silhouette of something. Not exactly certain if I wasn't looking at another rock formation. I edge closer, and that's when I see it. Hunched over, in the shape of an elongated human body, is something almost in a praying position. I look up and lock eyes with whatever this thing is, and I see some piercing dark red glowing back at me as my flashlight illuminates whatever this thing is. Now in a split second, I turned around and was bolting out of there as quick as I possibly could. No, I didn't have much time to think. I was like a trapped person with a wild animal trying to get back desperately. What I saw I can only describe as a half human, half statue, half creature, which was really too long and skinny. It had some human features, but I couldn't make out much of a mouth or anything. Just these absolutely disgusting, demonic looking eyes. Now I've done lots of research since trying to find anything similar to what I saw, but I just can't find anything. Now, of course, none of this is going through my head while I'm sprinting back, but I just have this terrible feeling. You know, like when you're running in a nightmare and you can't get away quick enough and your legs aren't moving? Well, imagine having that but also being trapped in a cave and trying not to get lost. Yeah, it was really frustrating. I looked over my shoulder every so often and I can't see anything. But every so often, ever so faintly, I can hear a weeping sound. I don't know whether it was getting closer, and I don't know where it was coming from because of the echoes, but it was sure as heck there. Now in my desperation, I get stuck. I get my arm half wedged in one of the lodges on the way, and I can't get it out. I keep pulling and let out a kind of quiet muted scream as I'm punching my arm, desperately saying, "No, no, no, come on." I keep glancing back every couple of seconds just to make sure whatever that thing is hasn't moved an inch, but I can't see it. I keep punching until eventually I free my arm and unfortunately cut it in the process. I got a nasty gash on my forearm, and again I'm worried about it getting infected. I've now made it about 3/4 of the way out of the cave, and I'm starting to see some lights. The rocks are incredibly jagged in this area, and I'm not going up the way you should. I'm going up the quickest way that I can, and I pay the consequences. As I start climbing the final ascent, some of the rocks fall off, and again I cut my hand. I'm not too worried about it right now, and I'm just desperately trying to get away from this thing. I have to stop for one moment to catch my breath and get ready for the last pull which I need to get up, and that's when I hear it again, the weeping sound. It didn't sound closer than before, but it's still there. I give myself one last pull, and eventually I'm freed from the cave. I climb out as quickly as I can, and I'm constantly looking in all directions. I don't feel like I'm out of danger whatsoever, and I don't know if I'm going to get chased again, so I decide to keep moving quickly. I look back and I notice something dripping down, and to my horror I see blood. I don't know what it is or why it's there when I suddenly realise that it's my own blood, and that I need to get back to help quickly. So I continue going through the woods in the cold, feeling very scared on my own, trying to get back to civilization. I have quite a way to go, and I keep telling myself, "You're so stupid, you're so stupid. Why on God's earth did you do that? Why did you go in there alone? What did you benefit from this?" And I don't know, I just felt kind of a deep shame and fear. I don't stop looking behind myself, trying to figure out where this person or thing was. Now, I eventually make it back to the house, and I manage to patch myself up not long before I get into my truck and drive over to the hospital. They give me some shots and help patch me up even better, and that's because I wasn't sure exactly what I'd been cut on. They were worried that it was rusty metal or something like that, and you know, all the other nasties. They asked the same question that I asked myself, which is, why did you go in there alone? I say I don't know, I just felt drawn to it, and I don't actually bother telling them about what I saw. Now, I eventually make it back to one of my friend's houses, and he asked what the cuts were about, and I just made up some excuse. I really didn't want to think about what had happened again. I really pained myself even doing it for this writing. Now, I don't know if the events that I told you about are somehow linked. or whether the creature that watched me through the window is the same one that I had seen in that cave, but whatever I saw, I know wasn't a living person like you and me. I don't know what it was, and it really haunts me.